You got a red shirt on today?
Yes.
Hope you're not in a fighting mood. Revolutionary red, okay. Good. Thank you, please, Joanne. As soon as you're ready, we can start. Joanne, I know Joanne for a very long time, as I say at every meeting. And she's been using traffic as an excuse since the 1980s, since the 1980s. And so it's a very poor excuse, Joanne. Don't you wonder how come I don't get late? We travel on the same roads. Yeah. Okay. Welcome, everybody. You know, at the last a proper meeting of the commission, you would recall that we had the main person at that meeting who spoke to us was Mayor Mpho Palazzi. And I really thought that was a very inspiring session with her. I liked it very much, and I told her I sent her a message on your behalf afterwards. But of course, in a few days' time, she lost her job, as you know. And then we had this ad hoc meeting recently, and the main speaker there was President Ramaphosa. And I just hope we don't mean bad for people, for people who come to speak to us, you know. There's nobody will ever come to us in future. So for the sake of the commission, we hope he doesn't lose his job. Okay, on a more serious note, we have a number of new commissioners that have joined us. I'd just like to welcome them. Mr. Lungisa Fuzile, who's here representing the financial business, but the financial sector in particular. Welcome. Thank you very much for being here with us. We hope that you would find your participation in the commission valuable. We have, I want to close the door, please, because it's a noise. No. And then we also have Mr. Jan Sarabi. Won't you put your hand up? I see they put you at the back there. He's a commissioner from the agricultural sector, both the financial sector and the agricultural sector. We haven't had somebody like, you know, deep with their boots in those sectors here in the commission. So both of those are, of course, very important for the commission. And thank you for joining us. And I know that it would be extremely valuable for all of us to have you. Dr. Shafiq Adams is from the Water Research Commission. Welcome. We used to have Desigan Naidu from the Water Research Commission, who was a commissioner, and then Crispian gave him a job. Don't you have the same expectations? The posts are all filled now. I don't know if we have anybody else here who's new. Is Bishop Mpumwana here? Not yet. Okay. We also have Bishop Malusi Mpumwana, who is from the South African Council of Churches, but he's not present. And we have Zama Kanyile from the National Empowerment Fund. Is she here? She's not here either. Okay. And welcome to the rest of you. Welcome, General. I didn't think you were here because you people are so busy trying to. Yeah. You said it, not me. Yeah. You know, those sorts of things. But welcome. Thank you for being here with us. Partly because of the current political situation, we're changing. Our agenda has been impacted a little bit. None of the ministers are going to be able to join us. Because of the current political situation. I think they've got a valid reason not to be here. We would rather have them sorting out the country's problem as a whole. So that means that we will be narrowing down our agenda a little bit. I also wouldn't want us to take any earth-shattering decisions in the absence of a major sector like the government being present here, but usually we don't We don't vote, so it doesn't matter. And then we had Professor Mark Swilling, who was going to talk to us about the energy transition. And they've done a wonderful piece of work on this thing. Uh, and, uh, and I was really looking forward to that. But unfortunately, in his ripe old age, he's taken up skydiving and he's broken his leg or his foot or something of that sort, and he can't move. And so I could have advised him to do something more benign, but so he's not with us either. But we should be able to get through most of our agenda. Now, what I wanted to say to you by way of introduction is this morning when I was reading the newspaper, I saw something very interesting here. And it just made me think about, often we lose perspective about how the world is actually changing so much. And those of us that have been involved in the environmental movement and in climate change in particular for such a long period of time, often it's not easy to see change happening. When I did a 3-year term on the board of Eskom, it was the time when the decision was taken about the 2 big coal-fired power stations, Kusile and the other one. And I had said to the board and to management at the time that this must mark the end of the era of coal in South Africa. And nobody agreed with me in management or the board, and they didn't want to say that. But I said, this must, if anything, this must be the big marker of after this coal comes to an end. And recently I heard Andre de Ruyter say that actually coal is the worst option forward for us. So that was very interesting. He says we cannot, there's other more affordable, more quicker, more efficient sort of stuff that we can do. And he was pointing towards renewable. But this morning's article was about a report about the coal mining company Seriti, which it's probably the biggest coal mining company in South Africa. And it said that Seriti has done an investment in renewable energy. This is a coal mining company. As part of the deal, it takes ownership of a pipeline of about 4 gigawatts of renewable energy, which is equal to about 10% of Eskom's total coal-fired power generation capacity, most of which are to be developed in South Africa by 2030 at an estimated cost of 75 billion rands. Now, this is a coal mining company that's making super profits because coal is in a super cycle right now. And it's the interesting thing about this, the other thing he says is that Seriti uses 750 gigawatts of electricity to mine coal, and in line with the commitments made at various places, it will start using renewable wind and solar energy in its own facilities. The company estimates that about 50% of the business's power needs could ultimately be supplied by Seriti Green's current pipeline of renewable energy projects. And I just thought there's remarkable change that is happening. And there must be more opportunities for us to do things quicker and faster and on a grander scale, and we could be even more ambitious. And so it occurred to me, maybe we're not being as ambitious as we probably can, because we've actually won the war on almost all fronts. And now we just the troops have got to march in and capture the capital city, sort of type of thing. So we're there. And what that is, it's a challenge for all of us to think about. The other interesting thing here, and I'm happy Maisela is here with us, because by 2030, Seriti itself is going to spend 75 billion rands. Just one company, Seriti, by 2030. That is half of the entire commitment that the rich countries have made to South Africa. This is just one company. And it puts into perspective how little money all of that actually is. People always wonder why I don't get so excited about all this commitment that the rich countries are making. And when when Daniel comes here to report and all that, and I say, but where is the money? Even that money is not easily seen. But so it puts into perspective what actually is happening. And it probably tells us that we have the resources in our own economy to do more faster. Mr. Lungisa would be able to tell us better than anybody else that our national budget is in the order of 1.9 trillion rands. And that makes all of this sound very small also. So that is the other thing I wanted to say. The final thing I want to say is that I had a chat with Crispian about where we should meet as a commission, because I thought we should be like an important body in this country. And it's up to us to make ourselves important. And no, nobody else is going to do it, you know. So I had this idea that we should make the Constitutional Hill the permanent home of commission meetings. I went to visit it, I looked around, they've got some very wonderful venues, they're developing it and all that. And I thought that's like one of the most important places in South Africa, locations. And also when we drafted the Constitution, largely as a result of the civil society, the Constitution refers to environmental rights. And at that time, it was the only constitution in the whole world that referred to environmental rights. It's becoming a bit fashionable now in your rich countries, Maisila, but it wasn't at the time. And so that would be a good place for us to locate ourselves. And I don't know, I hope, Crispian, you'll be able to find a venue there where we can book out, meet, and I'm sure if we work with them, they'll even allow us a bit of branding and stuff like that. Yeah. That could be. But if you have any objections to that, just let Crispian know, then he won't put in all the effort to do that. But I hope you wouldn't. That's all from my side. Crispian, can I hand over to you? Sorry? We don't have to meet in the women's jail itself, but we should, but if it's cold, it will remind all of you where we come from. What's wrong with that? You know, that's the reason why, religious people go on pilgrimage sometimes, to get them in touch with reality.
We'll bring in gas-fired heaters just to upset Melissa. Thank you, Chair. Very good morning, commissioners. I wonder if you could just load the presentation, Secretariat. Thank you. So I'm going to give you a quick update on our activities for the last 3 months, which is September, October, and November of this year. It's been a busy period. Good, thank you. Yeah, so it's been a busy period, and I'm going to go through just some of the headline areas, and then later on in the meeting, when the chairs of the various working groups report, they'll give you a little bit more detail. So, firstly, the sort of, the keystone strategy that guides the work of this commission is the Just Transition Framework. In the previous quarter, we had reported around it finally being handed over and adopted by government. So what we're looking at now is implementation. And we've had follow-up community consultations. You'll recall that we'd promised to go back to communities and report back. So we've been to Secunda, Malakleni, Gqeberha, eThekwini, and the Vaal. The big frustration is that we got very few commissioners, if at all, in some of those report back meetings, and no ministers. And that's a bit of a issue for communities. And to be honest, I'm not sure we should continue with the program in the absence of commissioners. I think it's going to cause more bad blood than good. So we need to have a serious look at that. We're working on an implementation model. So, we've been reflecting a little bit about this way that we report back. It's still done in a plenary forum setting. And we want to find a way of moving forward into a new model, which more actively enlists stakeholders in implementation and empowers change makers to get them moving around implementation. So we'll come back with a paper on that for our next meeting. We are in the process of developing an implementation plan for the framework. This was something that, when we presented it to Cabinet in the middle of the year, they said, well, where's the implementation plan? And asked us to come back with it. And remember, this is an implementation plan, not just for the government agencies, it's for all the social partners. Clearly, it's not going to be we're not going to do everything. What we're wanting to try and do is focus in on the core catalytic things. Then we are in the process of building out a detailed employment strategy. And this is combining some top-down economic modeling with bottom-up work with various enterprises and work organizations in Mpumalanga. We're also getting going on skills development. In fact, there's a big workshop next week with the Department of Higher Education and Training. And then we have been working with various agencies around the institutional capacity to drive an industrial strategy in Mpumalanga. So that's involved close work with the DG's office in the province, the Green Cluster Agency, support that we've got from the African Climate Foundation and World Bank. And then there are various private sector initiatives that we're liaising with, including Impact Catalyst, which has been doing some amazing work. So that's it on the Just Transition Framework. And I now can't seem to make these slides move. Could you, okay, we've now gone a little bit far. The second big area of work is on the energy transition. And we'll go into this in a little bit more detail when Steve Nichols presents. But, just to give you the headline. So we're gearing up to make recommendations on how to factor the carbon constraint and just transition issues into energy planning. You're probably aware we've had a series of dialogues on key topics around balancing the electricity grid, how to finance the rollout, what kind of industry structure we want to be moving to, the issues around jobs and the just transition and the pace of coal closure. We had an extended workshop with the Net Zero Working Group last week. Steve will be reporting on those findings, and there's various work that's gone in to support the recommendations that are emerging. And we're planning a more detailed engagement with stakeholders in the first quarter of next year, leading up to the Commission then signing off on its recommendations. But we'll come back to this and drill into it in more detail. Could you go on to the next slide, please? Then on the subject of climate resilience and adaptation, we've, the two sort of headline adaptation and resilience issues were the KZN floods in May of this year and the ongoing Gqeberha Day Zero water crisis. So we've done assessments of both of those under the guidance of the Adaptation and Resilience Working Group. Desigan will be presenting the findings on the KZN floods later in this meeting. You're also aware of we developed this climate resilient development pathways methodology, which we're now rolling out into different sectors. So we're looking at agriculture, water, and the built environment. There's a paper on the urban sort of built environment, urban transitions already completed. We also worked quite closely with the World Bank on their country climate and development report, which for the first time came out with an aggregate quantification of the investment needed in adaptation and resilience. And, you know, similar to the mitigation stuff, it's a big number. It's 2.2 trillion by 2050. There's a 2030 number as well. And we're now building on that. So we're doing a detailed quantification of the water resilience investment requirements. And we're doing that in collaboration with DBSA, National Treasury, and the National Planning Commission. We've just signed an MOU with them. We're obviously wanting to extend it into the other areas, particularly agriculture and built environment. And then just to note that we're an initiating partner in the African Climate Research Alliance project, which is building agency on the continent. Next slide, please. On the subject of climate finance, we've now finally signed the agreement with AFD to fund this project, and we're initiating it. So this is a multi-year project to track climate finance flows over a 3-year period. We're doing it in conjunction with National Treasury and the finance industry. And what it's going to do is produce a biennial sort of climate finance landscape report. So it'll show you what monies are flowing from what sources through what vehicles to what end users, and will give us a very good handle on the aggregate financial flows. Then we have been participating, as you're aware, in the Presidential Climate Finance Task Team. We've supported the JETP, particularly with arranging engagements with each of the social partners. We'll talk a bit more about this later. Joanne will touch on it. But there's a second round of consultations being arranged. We had a briefing yesterday, and in the first quarter of next year, January, February, we're going to arrange follow-up engagements with each social partner, following which we want to come back to the next meeting of the PCC and formulate recommendations on the JET IP. We've also been working on the conceptual design of a just transition financing mechanism. The concept paper has been signed off by the working group. We've gone out on procurement for the full design, and the detailed work's about to commence. And then, as I mentioned, we participated in this World Bank exercise and are working to drill into water and energy in partnership with these other institutions. Next slide. On the comm side, I mean, as I've mentioned, we've had follow-up community consultations on the just transition. We've been live streaming our energy dialogues. We've had JET IP consultations with social partners. We're planning another round of them in the first quarter of next year. There's also been a lot of work on the media and PR side, and we've got a string of publications and reports. So we're translating the framework into various languages. That's underway. We've got publications, technical reports that will be coming out in early next year around carbon border tax adjustments, around the just transition financing mechanism, around the KZN floods, around the Gqeberha water crisis, and the methodology for climate resilient development pathways. And we're also working on a youth essay series, which will kick off, we hope, in the first quarter of next year. Next slide. On the international side, so as you know, we belong to this International Climate Councils network. You can see in the map on the right-hand side the various member states of that network. We held a successful side event at COP. We've worked on the Just Adaptation paper and got a working group on adaptation running, which we co-chair. We've also done various other build-up events. So in partnership with the UNDP, we co-hosted a very high-level side event during the UN General Assembly. And the idea was taking our sort of JET work and the idea behind the just transition to an African audience. And we had great participation. It was very well attended. Then we did this JET-P learning exchange in Cape Town on the 27th and 28th of September. Again, what we targeted there with the PCFTT and the African Climate Foundation was these other developing countries doing their own JET-P exercises. So we had Indonesia, Vietnam, Senegal, India, one or two others. And then, of course, we went to COP. We took a delegation, including 4 really outstanding youth representatives who were fantastic, very articulate. And what we did was run side events. So the just transition was on everyone's lips. I mean, everyone is now doing just transitions. So it's amazing to see how that idea has, gone to scale. We tried to dig into the concept a little bit more, and we looked at linked to the COP theme. So there were different themes for different days. We picked 4 of those themes and drilled into how do you finance a just transition? What's a just energy transition look like? And what are the different debates around the energy transition? What is resilience in relation to just transitions? And then how do you build M&E systems around just transition? And those went incredibly well. And maybe later when Maya Sela talks, he can give us a little bit more of a flavor of COP27. Next slide. On the governance side, I mean, as you know, we've got these different working groups. So there's the Finance and Governance Committee, which oversees all of the finances and governance issues. And then we've got substantive working groups on net zero pathways, adaptation and resilience, climate finance and innovation, and M&E. So those are all up and running. They're operating effectively. We've now got a secretary for the commission, so she's bringing some real rigor into the management of meetings. It's great to have Nonhlanhla on board. There she is. We've also finally, with the move to NEDLAC, got on top of the remuneration of commissioners. So you may or may not have received payment, but it's all gone through the system. And it's been a long and difficult journey. The deputy chair mentioned the new commissioners that have been appointed. There they are. We, at the time of doing this presentation, we were still awaiting nominations from Greenpeace and SALGA. In fact, we've just got the Greenpeace nominations. And I'm told, I mean, SALGA, bless them, still say that they're on the way. So hopefully that'll come before the year is out. Next slide, please. On the institutional arrangement, so we're now formally at NEDLAC. All of our staff and the remaining DFFE budget have been transferred to NEDLAC with effect from 1 November. And we're under the highly organized system that Lisa Seftel runs at NEDLAC. We've also made presentations to the Portfolio Committee in their hearings on the climate bill. We've started the preparation of a feasibility study and business case. So this is a statutory requirement by Treasury if we are to be set up as a statutory body. And we've scheduled a strat planning session for the PCC, for the Commission for 23rd of February next year, ahead of the Commission meeting on the 24th of February. And we as the Secretariat will be doing a planning session before that. And we've asked the chairs of the different working groups to come to the Secretariat's opening session and tell us what your priorities are for the year. I think it'd be good to just get a mechanism up and running for the commissioners, all the commissioners, to signal, you know, what are the top 3 things you want to see us do next year? So maybe I can do that as an online survey form or something like that. Next slide. On money, as I think you're aware, we've got 3 fiscal hosting arrangements. So we've now got a budget through NEDLAC, into which the remainder of the government funds for 22-23 were transferred. Plus, NEDLAC had a rollover amount of 10 million, and they've made that available, which has allowed us to commission a whole lot of work. I mean, you would have seen a number of our procurements coming through the system. The good news is that Treasury has now finally given us a realistic allocation going forward. So we've been given a budget of 21.5 million for 23-24. So that's the government allocation, rising by 1 million in each of the subsequent years. So we're extremely pleased with that move. I mean, it's still only about 50% of what we need, but it's better than where we were, which was about only a quarter. We're continuing to use the African Climate Foundation for philanthropic funds. So that includes European Climate Foundation, GUP, Rockefeller, and the Open Society Foundation, and more recently Bloomberg. And then NBI has kindly agreed to establish a mechanism. We've just signed an MOU with them, and that will be a vehicle for channeling private sector funding to the PCC. All of this is overseen by the Finance and Governance Committee. All of our fundraisings conducted in line with principles approved by the committee. We have, in joining NEDLAC, we now are subject to their donor policy, which we've circulated, and we want to suggest that we adopt it as a policy that covers all of our fundraising programs. That's going to come up later when Joanne reports. So I know there are a few people like Melissa who want to comment on that, and we'll pick it up under Joanne's item. Next slide. That's it. Chair, in concluding, I wanted, if you may, I want to just do a brief, show you a brief video clip. So a number of you were interviewed by this camera crew that we did in partnership with.
Existing webcast.
Yes.
We should inform the new commissioners and then
commissioners that have joined us. All of our meetings are live streamed on our website and onto our Facebook page, and I think YouTube as well. So these are public meetings.
So try not to pick your nose.
Yeah. we've done a series of little video clips, which we're going to be using on our website and in some of our public communications. And a number of you will recall being interviewed for those. So I'm just going to show you a short 1-minute clip. This one is on skilling and upskilling. I think Lebogang stars in it.
The transition to a low-carbon economy comes with an adaptation to new technologies. Will the current workforce be able to handle those technologies? Will they be able to adapt to making use of those technologies?
We know that South Africa has very high unemployment rates. And so if we're talking about ensuring that there's a just transition, we have to make sure that before we start to decommission coal-fired power stations, we're already starting to build new industries, particularly in Mpumalanga. One of the things that we do understand about a transition to green energy sources is that those energy sources, once you move outside of the construction phase, are not going to sustain as many jobs as coal-fired power stations. And so the creation of alternative industries in the broader ecosystem is going to be very important for those towns in Mpumalanga.
The issue of skilling and upskilling is a very central issue and one that needs to be addressed quite urgently.
Thanks to the commissioners that were interviewed for that clip. And I mean, there's a series of them, and it's going to help shape our communications as we go forward. And Chair, just before I close, we did circulate a calendar of meetings for next year. So that includes the 4 quarterly commission meetings and the various working group meetings. And just to note the commission meetings that are in the calendar, it's 24 February, and remember there's the strat planning session the day before on the 23rd. It's the 26th of May, it's the 8th of September and the 8th of December. And just to note, we've done those in conjunction with the government schedule, the government calendar, and the National Planning Commission. So that should help those commissioners like Joanne who are on both structures.
And I'll have to look at my own diary. I'm sorry, I should have done it before this, but I may not be available for all of those, but
Okay.
that doesn't matter.
We'll
Somebody else
discuss.
could chair. Yeah, but I'll look at my diary in the course of
Okay.
during tea time.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
I think, thank you so very much. I just looked at the program and I realized that we might not find a place to say this, which we need to say after the presentation of what it is that took place. I think the issue of availability of government in community meetings, it's not a little problem, it's a big problem, the inavailability. Because they are needed. They are needed. The communities have been telling us that, look, we can see you, but we want to see the government. We want to see the ministers, and the ministers are not coming to the party. Somebody like myself who represent trade unions will not be afraid to call them out. We see them commenting nicely in newspaper articles and TV, but that is not where they should stay. They should go to the communities. We can't be going to the communities and look like we are sweeping for them. That's not the role of the commission. If we go and sweep for them, it exactly means that we are putting ourselves up as what we are not. We can't empower ourselves and become ministers. So I remember that the last time around we talked about that being taken up. And we remember in the last meeting, we agreed that a letter will be written to the president that to make sure that the people that he appointed becomes part of the game, not only in the media. And this I'm raising because as trade unions, we believe that just transition as we have fashioned it, without the implementers or the government being involved, will just become a transition, which, by the way, the jury would be out whether it is just or not. We can use the term just transition. I mean, it's something that we created, but the jury will be out there. The people will have to judge whether this is just or not. But the implementers must play the ball, and they're not there. And this is in us humbly asking that we do that. Lastly, there is a department that run by in the presidency by Daniel, which talks to issues of I think it is the monies and things like that. I want to suggest the following, in fact, recommend that if there is anything we're going to take to the broader world, let's not shock each other. Let's get to know and understand the nuts and bolts of everything. Because some of us, when we are interviewed, will speak the truth and say, we don't know what on earth people are talking about. And because you see, consultation never happens as an afterthought. It can't be that we go and show everybody that how good we are, and then we say, we'll come and tighten the nuts when we've already shown the whole world that we are that good. I think those are the most important things that we need to consider. The last point is with regards to what we have done with Komati. What we have done with Komati is not entirely clear. I mean, I'm sitting here, it's not clear what has happened. And if you are going to say we are advisory, we should at least know and understand fully well in order to be able to stand in the gap and say we know and we understand all that took place. I'm sure we'll arrest the situation and make sure that as and when we move towards the next big thing, that all of us are taken into confidence of the nuts and bolt issues, so that when we are asked questions, we do not look like a disjointed commission. Let me stop there.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to maybe appreciate the presentation because a lot of work has been done by Secretariat. Maybe the issue that I want to raise is more in terms of governance. So a lot of work is happening in either the finance task team or the various working groups that have been set up by the Commission and the Secretariat itself. I think what we're lacking now is a clearinghouse for all of the decisions that arise from these various groupings. There doesn't seem to be a body that rectifies anything that's happening in these various working groups, finance task team, or whatever the case is. They work, they maybe come with recommendations, and I think the broader Commission is not empowered to either rectify some of these decisions. So that's why work will happen in the finance task team. And then after that, that work is publicized. It's not like it comes to this commission as a final clearinghouse for ratification to be received and for all commissioners to be on the same page in terms of what decisions are taking place, either at the level of Secretariat, in the various working groups, as well as in the finance task team. So I think there needs to be some thinking in terms of how we can make, especially these meetings, that type of clearinghouse where we can seek ratification for decisions so that we can hold ourselves as commissioners accountable for the decisions that are taking place in the various working groups and task teams that are under the umbrella of the Presidential Climate Commission. The investment plan is looked at as a body of work by the Presidential Climate Commission. However, most of us were not part of the process. So it becomes very important for this body and particularly this meeting to provide that type of ratification so that we avoid the issues that Mr. Mbodi is talking about, that you'll have commissioners who are none the wiser about what's happening because we are just not creating that governance structure that should be the clearinghouse for various decisions that are taking place in the various working groups. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for the report, Dr. Olver. Yeah, it's been a busy time and yeah, well done to the Commission, the Secretariat. The question about, you know, how does this Commission and how do we as Commissioners participate when we go out is really important. And I think I want to obviously raise that as a concern, and thanks for raising that as a concern early on as well, Dr. Olver. The challenge here is not only for us as commissioners and how we are with community people. I want to stress again that specifically, Joanna, in the meetings where these debates that we have with communities end up in industrial forums, end up in labor forums, that we as commissioners are there as well. So that we're understanding the difficulties industries are having and labor is having, so we're not hearing it secondhand. So it means more of a demand on our time, but it's important to be able to understand those spaces. So it's not only community, it's about other spaces as well. The other concern is that within the VAL, well, within the Highveld, the Department of Health has finally come to some of the environmental governance structure meetings, which has been a real positive because we've asked for that for many years. Now that that is happening, it will be interesting to see the Minister of Health also at the Commission. It's moving slowly, but I think it's moving. So I think I'd like to ask Mr. Musa to speak to the Minister of Health. And then I have a question of confusion again around what is our relationship in terms of what we're doing next year with the Presidential Climate Finance Task Team. So if we are going to be going out and talking to people in a second round of consultations, why are we doing that? Who are we doing it for? Are we doing it for the PCFTT, or are we doing it in our own right and then making a report as the Commission, making our recommendations to the PCFTT? Because it's important for people to recognize on the ground that they should not see us as the conduit to the PCFTT. They must demand their own space. And so I want us to be very clear about what we are doing so we are not confused and the people are not confused about what our role is in the relationship between the PCFTT and ourselves and the investment plan. Thanks.
I think that's it. Thank you very much, Crispin, for an excellent report. I think the Secretariat has done an enormous amount of work, and congratulations on that. There's only one matter I wanted to raise, which you sent me an email a few days ago about the terms of amending the terms of reference when it comes to commissioners who are no longer in their sectors or their organizations. And because of the experience we had with Greenpeace, you expressed the view that we should put it in the terms of reference. In other words, you were disagreeing with the approach I took at the previous meeting, which was a typical my approach of saying we'll handle it somehow, don't worry, leave it to me type of thing, and you were not, maybe you want to just tell the commissioners what you're proposing.
Yes, well, I can't claim credit for this proposal, Deputy Chair. It's Melissa Farie's proposal, and she might want to talk to it. But let's just deal with the substantive issue. So a number of commissioners have over the course of time moved on from their places of employment or their affiliations. And we'd previously said, you know, commissioners are not here in a strictly tight mandated way. You're here as individuals and we're expecting your informed, expert, impartial opinions. But at the same time, you're appointed by the president to broadly represent the views from a sector. And when you move on from that sector, I think the deputy chair said this in the last meeting, the correct thing to do would be to resign or to offer your resignation and maybe leave the final decision in the president's hands. You know, in some instances, there might be a compelling reason not to accept the resignation or to retain a commission. So Melissa drafted some wording to that effect. I don't know if we need to read it out, but we're wanting to give a broad effect to this so that it's, you know, got some reference in the charter. At the moment, the charter doesn't deal with such an eventuality. So
what would be the process to change that, to include that?
The charter is approved by the commission. So it's a legal document approved by the commission. What we would need to do is to craft an amendment to the charter and table it to the next meeting of the commission. Unless you want to do it by round robin resolution. I mean, the question is, I think, a fairly straightforward one.
Okay, I would suggest then that you distribute it in the documents for the next meeting and you deal with it there. From what I think the executive director is saying, that what I have said is our practice. He's proposing that it should be in the charter. So it's a fine difference. If it's our practice and if it's in the charter, it's okay. I don't have a problem with it. That's fine. I always like flexibility because it gives me more power, because I can do what I want to. But when you curtail that, it's okay, you know, you're in charge. But that's okay. So we'll distribute it and words, and then we'll adopt it at the next meeting or not. Melissa, you want to say something?
The way that the draft is, it still gives a discretion to the president. So if somebody, you're asked to offer your resignation if you leave the sector from which you were nominated, but then if the president, advised by yourself, deputy chair, thinks that the person offers extraordinary expertise to the commission, there's still a discretion. So I think that covers all the bases. Yeah. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, if I may, I mean, I think Lebogang is raising an important concern, and just to say two things. So the one is that the chairs of the different working groups have taken it upon themselves to coordinate between them. And I do think that I mean, I don't know if that is going to be the clearinghouse that Lebogang talks about, but I think it would add a level of coordination between the work of the different working groups. Just to reassure commissioners, I mean, we've created a hierarchy of documents, and obviously at the top of the hierarchy is recommendations made by the commission. And every recommendation made by the commission would normally be preceded by a set of research and technical reports, stakeholder engagements and reports on those engagements. And then it would be discussed at the level of this commission. And on the basis of the consensus we form here, recommendations are made. So that's the apex of our documentary system. Underneath that, I mean, as I've already mentioned, there are policy briefs, research reports. They do not reflect the views of the commission. They're rather inputs into the process. And I think what you're expressing a concern about is that you want more control over those inputs. Maybe we could let the chair's forum discuss that a little bit further. I mean, I wouldn't want to make every one of those reports come to this commission because I think it's just too tedious. And they're not representing your views. They're the views of the researchers that have produced the report. They're an input into a process, not the output of your deliberations. But I mean, I do understand the anxiety. You don't want documents out there that you haven't signed off on. I think the points about community engagement that have been made are well taken. And Chair, I would suggest, I mean, I think we should not proceed with community consultations unless there are commissioners present. And I do want to suggest that the commissioners share the load, because some commissioners go to every meeting and really are exemplary, and others we never see. And I just think that's an unsustainable burden. You know, if we're going to do 8 or 10 consultations next year, it's not a big ask for each one of you to do at least one of those.
Yeah, but Bulaheni is saying something else. He's saying that communities usually expect to see government there.
Yeah.
You're
And
right about the
ministers.
commissioners.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you fully on that, but they expect to see government there. How are you going to deal with that?
Well, I'm including government ministers. When I say each commissioner must go to one community consultation.
Because of the problem that I think we're having is that if you call a community consultation and you say, but we are not government, because we're not, and we can't speak on behalf of government because we can't. And then they wonder why you're here, you know? And so you need to find a solution to that thing, that you got to schedule government representatives. If you can't, if they don't agree, then you don't set up the meeting. If they agree and they don't come, then you cancel the meeting because they're not there. Because otherwise what happens is that it just becomes a bit of a counterproductive exercise from the reports that I'm getting. Yeah. I see.
A suggestion would be possibly that it's not the ministers that attend those meetings when we go out to the various folk, because let's face it, they come with a particular politic that makes things crazy on the ground, you know, flashing lights, cars and all of that, and then things get a bit difficult, be honest. So I think the reality is about the commissioners who are not ministers to be present, because then you don't run that debate around government, not government. We are the commission. That's just a suggestion.
Let me make an input with regards to this. We have gone to the ground, and if you are talking of procedural justice, talking about including the people and their views, this is what they are demanding. We might have to manage the issue of anxiety that is talking about, but the people who must implement cannot go to the ground as we sweep for them. That is where the issue, we need to balance that, because then we end up trying to figure out ways
It shows that there's a lot of work that has been done by the commission. Just responding to the issues that were raised by Commissioner Mbodi here. I think what is very lacking and that raises a lot of questions, it's when the commission consultations are taking place in local communities, where you find that the local government, which would be responsible for the process, it's not there. I think that's a bigger issue more than getting the ministers and other people. But the local government and other commissioners, it's quite important that they are present, because that makes an impression, and also it shows that we're taking the process seriously. Thank you.
No, Chair, thank you very much. I was going to come in before you, and apologies for being late, Chair. When I came here, I received a call from my son. He's saying, "Where are you going?" Saying, "I'm going to PCC." I said, "Daddy, you're setting yourself up. I don't think you must attend the meetings. Consider resigning from the commission." And Chair, I will tell you that is heavy. It has crossed many commissioners' mind once or twice. Because the fundamental question, Chair, who are we here for? Are we here to develop processes that are going to hunt us in future? And I want to come back to the issue of attendance of ministers who go to the media and contradict themselves and contradict the work that we're doing. And we must go to community. I'm the one of the commissioners that stopped attending, because there's no reason of you going there, and at the end of the day, our meetings are public. Do you know that? We're going to account to the people in future. We need the ministers, and I agree with Bobby. We hear. And two, it's so hurting, Chair, that you go to a particular local municipality. There's no leadership from municipalities. And you feel going out of that meeting as if you've actually done nothing. You've done the just transition work, but you've not answered some of the critical problems. Because we said for this transition to be just, it must be about people. But is it still about people, yes or no? Yesterday, there was a march by a YCL and SACP in Witbank. I'm not sure where they were following these developments. Today, Sanko is marching. They're rejecting the entire process.
I think is the solution. What
No,
should we
Chair,
do?
and
remember one thing, none of us have the authority to instruct the government people to do anything.
that's the problem.
That's the, so, you know.
Then who are we?
So
Chair?
let's just talk about it a little bit. It's good to remind ourselves we are, and the new commissioners are here, so I think it's useful to talk about that. This is an institution which was established as a result of a proposal that was put to the job summit in 2019, Louise, I'm right, or 2018, somewhere 2018. And at the job summit, the various groups that attended job summit were saying that the transition to a low emissions economy means a great deal for the economy, for workers, and for the country as a whole. And therefore, the pathway from where we are to a low emissions economy must be one which enjoys the support of society as a whole, and particularly the major social partners should be in agreement about how that should happen. You shouldn't just have a government minister, for example, marching ahead with that, because it won't succeed if it doesn't have the support of trade unions. Were particularly worried that, you know, what about jobs and those sorts of things? Communities were worried about this. Everybody was concerned. Business was concerned about it because what would it mean? Because they are reliant on fossil fuel energy for most of the industrial processes currently. So the proposal that jobs, the decision the Job Summit took was that a presidential climate change commission should be established, which will be made up of the major social partners, business, labor, civil society, and government. And that is the place where consensus would be arrived at on how we move to a low emissions economy. It would be a consensus building body. That's what it would be. So it is not an advisory body to anybody as such or anything of that sort. It's a consensus building body. I think that's important to know, because we're not here to advise the government or to advise the unions or to advise anybody as such. The unions must come here, the government must come here, use this facility to win over everybody else to your position. Convince them, persuade them, and if you can't, maybe get persuaded by them. And that's how we've been working from the beginning, and we've had remarkable success in doing that, by the way, because the government has come here at many of our, most of our meetings. We've had a lot of the ministers who attend, who come here, and then we discuss, debate. And then in the end, the positions that emerge from the commission become the government positions. And nobody has really rejected the positions of the commission. But we've also said we don't want to tie down the individual commissioners to have to necessarily only speak to the mandate of the commission, because we're a consensus building forum. We can't expect a trade union leader not to talk for his or her trade union policy, whatever that may be, and it may not be exactly what the commission says. So that's how we've been. That is what we are at the end of the day. And it's a wonderful institution which we must use, which, I mean, business has got no other place, the corporate world, to get to influence how we move to a low emissions economy, or the trade unions for that matter. And I think we have been effective as far as that is concerned. We must not take on more than we can actually do. And there's always a danger because of our enthusiasm. Sometimes we take on more than we can actually do. And so when it comes to the community consultations, if government wants to do something, government should consult the community if it wants to. If it doesn't want to consult the community, it should deal with what the communities would say to them in any case. That's up to them. We can't run government. We can't run things for the government simply because we may think government is not doing this or that. Where we run public consultations is when we're dealing with an important question. And as a commission, we want to get a feel for what people are saying. Then we hold public meetings to get that kind of feel. And we should then do what Bobby says. We should say, this is the commission, it's not government. We're trying to get consensus between everybody, but we just want some input from you. And that we can, that's what we can do from time to time, but we should not try to. I think if we find ourselves in a position where we are explaining government policy as a commission, then I think we're going to diminish our role. And there's a danger to that. It's not always easy, you know, not to do that kind of thing, but we need to just be careful about that. And so I can tell you something, that all over the world, people are looking at this commission. There's very few countries that have a thing like this that actually works. And this thing works. It's not going to be smooth. When you talk about consensus building, it's going to be rickety and all of those sorts of things and unneat. And that's why I've been reluctant, Melissa, to make rules about everything, because you can't run it in a rule-bound manner. You're talking about building consensus, you know, that's where my aversion to making rules have been, that you can't make a rule that government must agree with what we say. We can't make that rule. Who are we? Government must agree to what Parliament says. We're not an elected body or anything. We must try to persuade government. So that's the sort of kind of thing that I think where we are. And I don't want us to spend too much time on this. It's an ongoing discussion. We're still trying to find our feet about how to work on this thing. It's a unique thing, and we need to try to make it work. And when you talk about government is not there and all that, it's not for me to say government has its own inadequacies, but we're not going to solve that. We have to work with what we've got. You've got to work with the material you've got. This is the government we've got, and we've got to work with it. We're not going to be able to change it, make it more efficient, more responsive or anything. It's outside our powers to do that. So we say, this is what we've got. Let's work with it. I hope we're not going to go too much into this discussion, you know. Let's start with Louise and Joanne and Melissa. 3 speakers.
So I'm not going into this discussion, Chair. I want to pick up on, and thank you to the Executive Director for the report and for, you know, the very excellent work reflected in that report, which I'm sure, you know, there's a lot behind it as well. Our Just Transition Framework, which was adopted by Cabinet, and there we were asked to bring an implementation plan. And I think that is a very important next step. And I would like us to craft a process for the implementation of it, which has ownership by all commissioners. And I have previously in conversation highlighted to you, Deputy Chair, you know, that the people who are commissioners are embedded in constituencies, and part of why they were nominated to be commissioners is because they have expertises. And I almost think, you know, devising that implementation plan could really draw on those strengths and get us to a point where we, I mean, I don't want to say we are mini NEDLAC because we're not, but, you know, where we actually say, okay, how are we going to debate with all these constituencies the actual steps of making a transition come about? So I'm just putting that out for everyone to reflect on and think about, and the Secretary to consider, and yourself. Thanks.
Thanks, the Deputy Chair. I wonder if you would mind me just gently correcting you on the issue of our advisory role. We don't only do social consensus building. The climate change bill itself refers to one of the key functions of us as advising government on our climate change response and on the just transition. So and that's an interesting, it's really important. What does that mean for the way we operate? The fact that we do have this statutory advisory role we will have when this bill is passed. I also just want to reflect on what Commissioners Mbodi and Mwale said, and I do think we should acknowledge that there is a price, there's a cost for us as commissioners in doing this work. And I think what you're saying is exactly that. That, you know, we're operating in a very contested space, highly politicized. There's a lot at stake. And it's maybe just something we should reflect on and how we support each other. One of those things of supporting each other is to turn up at the stakeholder meetings, because it's much easier if there are a lot of you, right, than if there are 2. So, but maybe we should think about other ways just to acknowledge that stress that we're carrying as a result of that. I mean, I think most of us do it in our work anyway, but there's a special label that comes with this commission. So, yeah, I'll just add that to the conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Deputy Chair. Yeah, I want to agree with you and think that I do think that we need to be very clear on what it is that is working in this commission that is allowing us to have an impact. And I think it is a very different kind of animal that we've created to what you find in NEDLAC. And I think there are 2 things that 2 assets we have that we need to use to move forward. I think the first thing is, despite all of our disagreements about many things, given where we all come from in this room, I think that everybody in this room wants to see a low carbon, sustainable, equitable society. And I think that having something that we all subscribe to and agree with, even if we disagree on how we get there, is a very, very powerful thing. And I don't think that we can underestimate what it actually gives to us in terms of us as a grouping coming from very different places in society being able to move forward. So I think that kind of vision and everybody standing very firmly behind it and bringing their constituencies behind it is very important. I think the second thing is that I think a real success of the Commission in its short life has been that the stakeholders from all of these constituencies take it very seriously. And so coming from the business constituency, business is taking the just transition. Okay, there's been work done in business, but having that framework then allows business to say, what are we doing and how does it support and come behind that? And I think that's the work that we all need to be doing as commissioners, which is really to bring our constituencies behind that. Because I think that is where the power of the Commission comes from, including how seriously it is or isn't taken by government. Thanks.
Thank you. I'm sure the Secretariat will take this on board to work with the different constituencies. I think that's a good point. Like if you want to bring business together, I think the Secretariat can provide valuable backup in assisting in doing that kind of thing. Melissa makes a good point. There is a hazard for us to do this kind of thing, hazard for everybody. Now, you know, when people want to criticize the pace at which the country is dealing with climate change, and they're tired of criticizing the government, or they feel they're not going to get anywhere with criticizing, then they criticize the Commission, they criticize commissioners, they criticize me personally, and all of those sorts of things. It's just what happens, you know. And either we do this or we don't, you know. But it has those sorts of hazards, and we've got to go on with our work. The important thing is that we're making a huge impact. The moment we're not making progress, we must close shop and not waste money and our time and all of those sorts of things. But we're making one hell of a big impact. I can tell you that this is the place where thinking is taking place. All the major decisions that government has taken, I'm not talking about the international negotiations. For me, that is an important thing that's happening, but the most important thing is how do we rejig South Africa and the South African economy, and that all that decisions are being taken here. All the ministers have come here, Minister of Finance, Minister of Trade and Industry, everybody, and they've taken the guidance from here. They've taken the trouble to talk to us, explain to us what is happening. Even the much maligned Minister Mantosh has taken the trouble to come and try to convince us about his positions and those things. And I think we've influenced him quite a lot in many ways. So that is the important thing. Not once has a minister said they don't want to listen to us or anything of that sort. And so we're making a huge impact. And the trade unions, it's not easy to manage the trade unions because those are complex entities. And there you actually got real people working in these places who are electing the trade union officials or not electing them and those sorts of things, you know. And so it's a complicated thing, but I think we've managed to give sufficient room to do that. We've taken a lot of time, Crispian, but you've been provocative in your report. So we've taken more time than anything else, but thank you for that. Let's go on to the next item. You want to introduce it to the who's going to deal with it?
Yeah, so colleagues, commissioners, we were originally going to have Mark Swilling do this item because he's still lying in his hospital bed with a broken leg. We've decided to still have the discussion because the energy transition is the next set of recommendations the Commission is going to make, hence the importance of this item. And we thought it would be good to give you an early take on how those recommendations are shaping up and to get your steer on it. So I'm going to ask the chair of the working group, Lebogang, to just say some introductory words about it. And then Steve Nichols will do a presentation that summarizes where we are to date.
Thanks, Edie. Thanks, Christian. I'll just do a number of just quick introductory remarks, but I'll leave it to Steve Nichols to do the remainder of the input. So quite rightly so, the energy transition is probably something that we will be spending a lot of time deliberating on because of just the substantial impact this transition is going to have on our economy, and particularly for the regions of Mpumalanga. I think the work, and this is what we got in the net zero working group extended session, is the idea that at the heart of it, we need to embed the firm principles as envisaged in our framework of a just transition in the actual energy transition, because we know that there's a huge risk of the transitioning, especially in the energy space, happening in an unjust manner. And we know that that poses a significant amount of socioeconomic risks. So at the core of the work is to make sure that the workers, particularly in the coal value chain, as well as in the economies of Mpumalanga and Limpopo, continue to be protected in terms of the transition. I think a lot of the work that the Commission is really grappling with is how to make the plans significant and substantial, particularly for workers and communities that are going to be affected by this transition. But more importantly, how do you adapt industries to be able to grapple with the changes that are coming in terms of a low carbon economy and the changes that are going to exist in the energy sector. A lot of the discussions and dialogues that have been happening have been looking at what happens to industry in terms of the energy transition, but more importantly, what happens to workers and community. There's a lot of discussion that is going to take place in terms of the decommissioning of mines and power plants, but central to these is how the planning must happen to a T. And this also ties into consideration the planning for the next round of discussions in terms of the IRP, especially as we look at how we align these to be more relevant in terms of our NDCs and a number of aspirations that South Africa has already tabled in terms of its transition to a low carbon economy. There are a lot of opportunities also that exist in the transition to a low carbon economy. And I think maybe it's the optimism in us that keeps us quite hopeful in the Commission, especially in the work of the Net Zero Working Group, that there are significant opportunities here if we hone these opportunities very well. But more importantly, there are significant opportunities in how we democratize energy in South Africa. It's not just a transition for the sake of the transition. We are seeking to break deep structural historical burdens that we've inherited as part of the previous government, and how it excluded various other demographic groups from participating meaningfully in the economy. So in our discussions, I don't want to say keep it at the back of your mind. It should be in the forefront of the work that you do. How do you dismantle inequality? How do you dismantle unemployment and poverty in our transition, particularly in the energy sector? The nice thing about the work that's currently happening is that we have an opportunity to dismantle. We have an opportunity to dismantle a number of economic activities. So how do we include women in our discussions? It shouldn't be an afterthought or not a thought at all. How do we include women? It would be wonderful to see a 100% women-owned wind farm. And these are the discussions that we need to start having in the Commission, because hopefully as part of the recommendations report, and when the various implementers look at this recommendations report, they will run with some of these ideas that we have. I'll leave it there in terms of an introduction and allow Steve to do more of the significant inputs in terms of the work that we are currently thinking about in terms of the energy transition, but also how we will be seeking to process this work moving forward. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, everybody. So I will provide a kind of a progress report. So I'm a little loath to say that these are anything close to final conclusions, but we are halfway through a process, and this is kind of where we are. The key thing that's come out, which Lebogang explained in detail, is that energy transitions are not necessarily about energy, but they're about their role in the just transition. And that's come along across over and over, that this is about restructuring the economy, creating opportunity for people, and so on. So I'm going to cover 4 areas today, just to give you a progress of where we are in the process, talk a little bit about short-term planning and the conclusions that are coming out from our discussions, talk about the long-term planning, and then the way forward. So what we've done so far to get to the conclusions that we have is we've commissioned 4 research papers to kind of support our thinking, predominantly internal documents looking at energy regulation, looking at the potential impacts of the air quality rulings on coal closure, thinking about the main net zero reports that have been done, looking into those reports in detail, trying to understand the assumptions that they're using to get to the conclusions that they make. And then we've commissioned quite recently a research piece on sort of the financial options for early coal closure. We've supplemented this, or in fact, the core of the work so far has been 7 stakeholder dialogues that we've hosted on a range of topics. Crispian mentioned those earlier. We also added to that 1 event at COP, where we had the chief energy economist from IEA with some influential South Africans discussing the global transition and the implications for South Africa. So that's an event worth looking at as well. And then we had 1 quite recently extended net zero working group meeting. So we convened the net zero working group meeting of commissioners and invited a range of experts across energy, finance, just transition. And just to say that there's some principles that have come out across all the discussions. This is about just transition, including jobs and skills, but not limited to jobs and skills. The questions around ownership are really key, but lots of people really focusing on the justice components of energy access and affordability. This transition has to be done in a way that prioritizes people's ability to use energy, particularly because of the health impacts in terms of electrifying homes that might have as well. Energy security from a national perspective is a key consideration. Technical system reliability is a big concern expressed across many stakeholder groups. And then finally, the point that I made earlier is this is really about economic development and diversification. So the sort of very pragmatically, the way this is moving, we had started initially thinking about energy as a whole, but given the priority of the IRP process, and the decision was taken to focus initially on power, so electricity, and then expand later, sort of post the IRP consultation process, into a broader view of energy as a whole. And recommendations have come down into 2 broad areas. Short-term planning. What do we do to solve immediate problems, the urgent need for power in South Africa today, as well as how we support the implementation of the investment plan and how we use the investment plan to leverage other needed investment in the space. And then the long-term planning is thinking about, well, how do we align this long-term energy journey to something that's aligned with net zero, and that takes into account the high degrees of uncertainty. So the further you go out towards 2050, the harder it is to predict exactly what's going to happen. And so how do you deal with that uncertainty in technology and innovation and regulation and global markets, all of those kinds of things. And so that's kind of what we're focusing the structure of our thinking. So on the short-term planning side, a couple of things have emerged that we have to think about. And it's not that there's any real disagreement about the technical implementation options. That seems to be a fairly limited space and relatively well understood. The things we have to consider is the realism of assumptions. There are lots of questions about the assumptions in our energy recovery plans. Most significantly is whether we can get energy availability factors up to 75%, as in some plans, most engineers kind of question that we've spoken to. And so we need to be kind of realistic in the assumptions that we use. Constrained grid is by far the biggest constraint to the system. There are only about 16,000 megawatts that can be put on the grid, and only in very specific places. And that's a very important constraint. So if we're going to get energy onto the grid urgently, we have to take advantage of that available capacity and put the energy there, which really changes the way we think about the governance of the system. Because instead of asking people to bid for optimal energy packages, we're going to be saying we need energy in this place and you must bid for this particular project. And then also gives the opportunity to solve some of the more systemic issues that would come with a big renewables build out. Obviously, least cost is important, and really it's looking as if certainly in the short term, building renewables is the least cost option. Build time is important. If we're trying to solve this short-term problem, you don't have the time to build big coal and nuclear facilities. And so certainly from a technology perspective, this combination of renewables, batteries, and gas is really the only option. But that does, as I say, have big governance implications for how you manage bidding rounds, but also for how you manage funding this process and tariff setting. And there's also been some discussions around managing sort of municipal debt to Eskom. It's not going forward. There we go. So basically the thinking is in the short-term plan that it's very spatial and visual. The other things that we have to think about that are sort of no regret options, both in the short and the long term, is thinking about energy efficiency. It's a great concern to us that many of the energy models are factoring in very high energy efficiency rates, yet we don't have policy and public investment or even private sector investment in that energy efficiency. And so there's this assumption in the model that's not being met in the real world. Demand side management is also key, something that we do focus on in South Africa. Physical security of the energy infrastructure has come up. So this is related to vandalism of sort of energy infrastructure as something that needs to be managed relatively urgency. And of course, just transition and capacity building components have to happen immediately, both across the short and the long term. And the JET IP is aligned with this kind of full suite of intentions that we're seeing coming out of the engagement. It's clearly focused on a just transition and has built-in funding for those just transition elements, and it's focused on electricity as a primary investment vehicle. And the opportunity that provides us, combining the two, is to think about the short-term planning within the constraints of the grid as providing detail for how we might spend some of this JET IP money. And so we think that it's a key recommendation. Let's work with the JET IP. It's acknowledging all the key principles and variables that we have uncovered in our engagements, but also it's an opportunity to use funding to stimulate other kinds of support in order for this to happen, as well as the sort of just transition elements of localization and sort of social ownership ideas. So, we're actually, despite the sort of unfortunate situation we're in, we're quite well placed to move forward, but we need to do it quite urgently. So it's kind of the short-term planning framework. Yeah, this one. Yeah. So I think Joanne might be better placed to answer that question.
Just to give you perspective,
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe if I can clarify, it is over a 5-year period for a limited set of a limited and priority set of investments over a 5-year period. So this is not what we're going to need. I mean, it takes us 20. Yeah, the slide is a 2023 to 2027 slide. It is not, it's not the kind of long-term, not the long-term need. Thanks.
It's just like people just get fazed by these numbers. And the scale and the size of the requirements and the investments that's taking place. Like, you know, sometimes people would say there's no investment taking place. Now that's probably the amount of money that if you look at all of the non-government sector investment plans for the next 5 years, it's probably in that order currently, of that order. I'm guessing, but I think it's a reasonable guess to make. So, and then, you know, people will think we need that, but nothing's happening. So I always find the need to give people perspective about money issues, because it's such big numbers that we talk about. But thanks, Joanne, for that. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks for slowing me down, Chair. So I didn't mention that this is up to 2027, but to kind of bring it back to the short-term planning, the opportunity of the JET IP is not to fund everything, but to use the governance mechanisms and the planning processes to establish what that broader spatial plan that takes advantage of all of the available grid connection capacity. And then help stimulate other forms of finance, which, as you say, would be needed to fund the whole package. So on the long-term planning side, the key kind of consideration is how we think about a carbon budget. And so the way that we have to think about climate change and the constraints of climate change is, in order for us to stay below 1.5 degrees, there is a global allocation of how much carbon we can emit between now and 2050. And although there's no formal mechanism to do that, we would then divide that up by countries, and the way the current architecture works, and Maricela can talk about this in more detail, is it's a bottom-up assessment. We say what we think we're capable of achieving, but what we say has to be credible both within the sort of academic framework, but also in our bilateral arrangements with different countries around what they think is acceptable or not, that would play out in sort of border tariff adjustments, for example. And effectively what we're doing is allocating a budget across our total economy. Most of the academic approaches allocate us a budget of somewhere between 7 and 9 gigatons of carbon between now and 2050. And this is some work that the NBI has done in terms of how they would have chosen to allocate 9 gigatons across the economy. And you can see they allocate a budget in the sort of 9 gigaton case of 3.5 for power. Now, where that becomes important is because any energy modeling is very sensitive to the carbon budget that you allocate the power sector, right? And so if you were to allocate a lower budget, the energy models might do slightly different things. And so the choice of constraint for your energy modeling is very important, and something that we hope to talk to the DMRE more about. But just to make the point, sorry, before I move on. So when you see the modeling, the model outputs usually offer a range of carbon budgets. So for example, here, the NBI have modeled somewhere between 9 and 12 gigatons, depending on the actions that you take across the economy. UCT do a whole range of sort of carbon budget models when they get to their outcomes. And so these are many of the studies that have been done. There are some international studies, the World Energy Outlook, looking at global transitions of energy sectors. And the World Bank have done a report around the world, but South Africa chapter looking at how do you transition to net zero. CSI have done work, Meridian have done work, NBI have done work, UCT's Energy Research Group have also done work. And really, they all produce more or less the same energy profiles across all the studies. And that is building a large amount of renewables with storage and peaking intermittency support, which is normally gas, and no new coal and no nuclear across any of these particular studies. So even despite sort of the range of people doing the work and input assumptions, the energy profile in terms of long-term planning is more or less the same. Now, as you get further out and as you get a higher penetration of renewable energy, you have to deal with some very specific technical problems, specifically how you manage inertia in the system and how you manage frequency in the system. And that requires particular kinds of solutions, most of which have been solved from an engineering point of view, some of which, as you get very high penetrations of renewables, haven't. And those, but again, back to the short-term plan, none of those engineering challenges will be faced in the short-term transition. They'll come in the late 2030s, early 2040s, and we have time to kind of work some of them out. But in most cases, we've actually worked many of them out already. It's a case of learning curves in terms of implementation. So just to give you an illustration of how those budget allocations might impact investment. So I mentioned that the base system doesn't change. You have renewable energy, battery storage, pumped hydro if you've got it, gas plants, and then obviously a big investment in transmission and distribution. That's something that's come up across all of our consultations, is the investment in transmission and distribution has to be made, and we have a relatively narrow window to do it. If we fail to do it in this narrow window, we're going to have tremendous problems when we get into the 2030s. And so this should be a really high priority for us. And basically, the lower the budget that you choose, the more investment you have earlier on, right? So they build the same system, they just build it quicker. And so you have this much higher upfront capital cost. So for example, Systemic, using Meridian data inputs, worked on a 2.5 gigaton budget. So that's a full gigaton lower than what the NBI worked on. And you see they have 4 billion of investment in batteries upfront, whereas the NBI and UCT work only invest in batteries post 2030. These are 2030 numbers. And you can see that they build much more renewables, whereas the bigger carbon budgets, they build that a little bit later. So that's an important thing to understand when interpreting model outputs when it comes to long-term energy planning. Why would you choose a 2.5 gigaton budget, right? Why go for something as low as that? And that comes to how you allocate the budget across the economy. And so if you're trying to get to a lower carbon budget, which would be more competitive internationally and globally, then you would want to look for somewhere to cut across the economy. And almost always the cheapest place to cut is power. So if you're looking for the sort of least cost way of reducing emissions, it's going to happen in power. And therefore you would constrain your model by a tighter carbon budget. So what we've kind of realized from these engagements so far, and as I say, are investigating in more detail, is there's some clear emerging next steps, things we have to do now, and finalizing this short-term spatial energy plan that identifies the specific parts of the grid that have capacity and that we can install largely renewable energy. But the issue of where you locate batteries is very important. So you're able to put more energy through the grid if you have batteries on the same side of the grid as the generation. And so when you have these kind of peaks of power when the sun or the wind is good and the grid can't take it because there's a limited amount of traffic the grid can take, you can put it in the batteries and put it into the grid later. So where you locate things geographically is actually very important. On the flip side, when you think about demand, we can reduce the peak of demand by putting batteries on in cities, for example. And the city of Joburg have a very interesting program looking at funding city-scale batteries that allow us to flatten out the peak of demand on the demand side. And so you have a supply side and a demand side management happening at the same time, and you flatten out the grid, the sort of demand profiles, which makes renewables even more attractive than they are now. We need to reform governance in line with that. I mentioned this already, so that you have these very specific packets of renewables that people would then bid for. We need to invest in long-term grid to enable future generation. And I kind of mentioned that already, but don't want us to lose the emphasis on how important that is. You basically cannot overinvest in the grid. So we should be investing really strongly. I've mentioned we need to drive energy efficiency really hard. This is a big flaw more across all of the way we're thinking about energy planning, or a gap rather. I've mentioned about co-location of batteries. We need to enable corporate level generation. So all of these energy models are showing that for us to get to net zero by 2050, we have to build about 6 gigawatts of renewables every year between now and 2050. That is more than we've built so far. And so it's a huge increase. It requires a whole bunch of coordination, and it's not going to be achieved without plugging into private sector installations. And certainly in my discussions with the mining sector, they have about 12 gigawatts that are available to go. So that's 2 years of the next 5 years, to give you a sense of how big the scale needs to be. And so this combination of using the short-term visual plan and working with the private sector will help push us along. There are other big challenges that we have to manage. For example, is our port infrastructure strong enough to take in all the supplies that we need? Are our roads good enough to transport particularly sensitive equipment? Do we have enough project managers to build at this pace? Do we have enough cranes to build at this pace? So there's a lot of detail that we still need to work out. And this short-term spatial energy plan is an opportunity for us to start doing that by focusing on very specific areas. And then, of course, we need to be thinking about aggregating consumer demand in cities, so that corporates are working together to fund generation and storage. There are also, however, some risks and uncertainties and questions that we get a lot from stakeholders. So, for example, at what point do we lift the restraints of the carbon budget because we think it has huge economic benefit? And we get that a lot from some of the energy planners. And then what do we do if things don't go right? So if we don't build the renewable energy quickly enough, does that mean that we need to take some parallel risk mitigation measures? So might we overinvest in other technologies that maybe aren't cost optimal to just introduce a bit of risk management into a system where you might not roll out renewable energy quite as fast as you can? What happens if we can't get affordable gas? The gas price is quite volatile at the moment. What does that do to how we think about gas investment? And then the final point there is a technology and risk decision tree. So one of the things that we want to think about in the long term for this long-term planning is for each decision points that you have to make around a particular choice of technology to upfront specify what are the criteria for how you would make that decision, and what would the price thresholds need to be for you to choose a particular pathway or not. And that will be able to help us to understand what these future innovations might be or might need to be in order for us to take particular pathways, and give us key things to monitor for future energy planning cycles. So just on the way forward, we did hope that our first sort of 7 events would be quite stakeholder inclusive. We found that that wasn't really the case, partly because of the way we set them up as webinars, but also because people were also wanting to learn from experts. And so we've introduced some additional engagements. So early next year, we'll have stakeholder specific engagements with all the constituencies represented here, as well as a sort of a larger public engagement like we had for the Just Transition Framework. And then, of course, we are ongoing one-on-one and expert engagements with the DMRE and other experts to help influence the final recommendations. Just a note on how it aligns and the touch points with the IRP update process. So the DMRE have this 4-step process. They've done this step looking at the demand assumptions, and that's complete. They're now in this modeling phase and are complete with this first set of us, just assessing the existing IRP assumptions. What's changed? What's valid? What might they need to update? Then they are moving on now to this assessment of the demand supply gap, so the differences between the sort of real world and what was modeled. And then they will be developing the sort of long-term IRP up to 2050 in sort of February next year. So we have the opportunity there to kind of provide some of the research that we've done into their process, particularly the review of the current energy models that we've looked at that are net zero constrained, and also provide some thoughts about how you would carbon constrain the modeling that the DMRE will do. Then they'll go into a sort of expert engagement process, looking, they have a peer review technical structure, and they'll take an initial view to cabinet. They would like to engage with NEDLAC and the PCC once that initial view has been approved by cabinet, and then go back to cabinet. Obviously, this will be highly iterative, and then we will hopefully be able to review that output and make comments. And then, of course, there'll be a larger public engagement, which is really the core of it. So that is the goal for when they want to finish step 3. So we. Or we're going to only see it at the end because then it's gone. So we are working with them as closely as we can. So we have a plan to meet with the DMR team monthly, and we will try to provide key inputs into key points in their process.
If you recall, when Minister Mantashe was here, he said they're going to do the RP revision, and he said he generally agrees with the goals of the and the vision of the Presidential Climate Commission. That's what he said, and he invited the commission to work with and to assist the department in making this thing happen. So I understood that was more than just commenting, that we get our hands dirty and get involved in the thing, because we can offer a lot to the department on that thing, because it wouldn't be very productive. Afterwards, they come and we say, oh, we don't like this thing. Oh, that's not because I know we're an independent body, but we can help with a lot of independence. So we don't know what that means. I'll explain to you during tea time. But Crispin, what do you think? Are they taking our advice, or are they sort of like closed and not allowing you to get in there? What is the situation?
It's the latter, Chair. I mean, to be blunt, it remains a bit of a black box exercise, and it's not for want of trying.
Okay, then, Crispin, maybe what you and I should do is maybe have a chat. If the commissioners agree, we talk to the department, the leaders there, and because we want to offer help. I think we can offer a lot of help, and between the commission and the commissioners, we can mobilize a lot of help and support and all those sorts of things. We could give the trade union input all the way along, rather than just at the end. For example, there's various sorts of things we can do, which I think will be good for them. And they would welcome it, maybe if they understand what kind of support we can give. Okay, we'll do that. Thanks. Sorry, Steve.
No, thank you. I'm sorry, this is my last slide, I think, just to wrap up. So after that, of course, we would then need to start thinking about the broader energy. So we're now talking mid next year, start thinking about other energy. And there, the obvious one is gas, where most of the gas demand is coming from industry rather than from power. And started to work with DMRE as they think about updating the integrated energy plan. They are also, though, planning to release the gas master plan in and around March, and so we may need to do some earlier engagement, particularly on gas. But there are other longer term energy demands, particularly around green hydrogen, that we would need to think about. But that is something for us to look forward to for the second half of next year. So that is my update.
So, Joanne?
Thanks. One question and one comment. In the last workshop that was held, a number of the experts in the room made comments about that in their view, the IRP is an archaic planning tool that isn't used in modern economies. That's what people were saying. And I know very little about the technicalities of energy planning, But if that is the case, it seemed to me that it would be very useful for us to understand how, in fact, do modern economies do energy planning, and what, in their view, are the deficiencies with a tool like the IRP. So I just wanted to put that on the agenda. The second issue that I want to raise is this issue of the carbon budgets, its links to industrial policy, and its links to transition, because it seems to me that we start off with energy planning, but actually we've got to make space in the economy for all of the sectors that we want in the economy to be able to have their fair share of the carbon budget. And that really depends on what our view is of what the economy should look like. So I really think there is a question that needs to be answered sooner rather than later about, do we want heavy industry? Do we want to manufacture steel in South Africa, or do we want to import it? Do we want to have cement? Do we want to have a petrochemical or a chemical industry of any size in our economy going forward? Or are we going to be a low carbon importing economy? So I'm also wondering, when and how do we tie that up in this piece of work? Because I do think that the signals that get sent around that are critical, including for long-term investors into individual companies and the economy, and particularly sectors like the heavy industrial sectors, including mining. Thanks.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. Just 3 quick points on the carbon budgets. I mean, must say I would welcome a broader discussion around that. The carbon budgets have largely been dealt with behind closed doors, and as civil society organizations, we are not part of those conversations. So that is an important issue for us. Secondly, I just want to, we don't usually have any opportunities to talk about this in any detail, but I just feel like I should put on record that civil society, the civil society social partners, we are pretty united in our resistance to major investments in gas and gas infrastructure. Still a fossil fuel, significant climate, environment, and health impacts, and a lot of economic risk. I don't want to take it further right now, but I don't want us to assume that we are all on board with that. The third point is just an interesting quick point that came out at our extended working group meeting the other day. Ronald from Eskom, what's his name? Ronald Murray from Eskom. It was a fantastic workshop, very interesting. Spoke about the shortage of transformers and our inability to produce those fast enough. And I think that's probably not the only example of that. I think Steve alluded to some of that. It's just an interesting thing, I think, for the Commission to note, if those kind of issues are going to be major obstacles. What position do we take on those issues, and how can we kind of enable, facilitate? We've got development finance institutions represented on this Commission. How does that fit into that picture? Thanks.
I've got one question. The issue of the grid comes up quite a lot all the time in many different places. And I'm just wondering whether we shouldn't use the facility of the Commission to give that issue a bit of profile and to bring it out into the open and have some discussion about it. And maybe if you agree, you could plan in one of our meetings to have an hour and a half, and we get the relevant people to tell us what are we going to do about a constrained grid, and also to ask about the question which some years ago government has said they're going to now separate the grid in some sort of way. And so we need to be looking at that, because what is obvious is that if Eskom owns the grid, they don't have money to turn the grid into what is needed for the future. You can't expect that of them. So how will that happen? So we can look at the economics of it and all of that. I'm wondering whether you think about it maybe and get the relevant people to talk to us about it, and they would want an opportunity also probably to get some traction on this matter. It looks like it's a bit stuck. Okay, like we did with electric vehicles, because Minister Patel came here and he won us all over. with the government strategy on electric vehicles. We said, we agree with you. We got no questions. Good luck. So maybe we can have something like
No,
that. too.
Bulaheni had a question on the EV strategy.
Okay, you want?
Yeah, I can make a few quick comments. Joanne's point about the carbon budgets is really important. That's why I wanted to open with that slide. We within the commission are also working on net zero pathways for each sector of the economy. We're just giving prominence to power now because of its relationship to this ongoing IRP review process. But we are looking at each economy, and we've commissioned some additional modeling support to that. But the point that is really key is how you allocate that carbon budget is effectively how you structure your economy. So it is fundamentally an economic process. Joanne's point about the IRP and how modern energy economies do it, that's noted. We'll get some people looking at that. So Melissa, we'll be starting that sort of internal conversation within the working group on the carbon budgets and how it's allocated in our next meeting. And I think this point about the other logistics, do we have the port infrastructure? Can we get enough transformers? That is a fundamental part of what this short-term visual plan, geographic plan can look like. I think it's much easier to plan for these if we say we're going to build X amount of megawatts here with Y amount of battery support, and therefore we need these parts and we're going to get them here. That's the level of detail of plan that we need, and quickly. And then finally on the grid, just to make the point that we do have a recorded event on the grid. So our second dialogue that we hosted was on the grid. That is available online, and has some really good speakers talking about some of the grid challenges. And it's picked up again in the finance event that Deepak hosted around how would we go about thinking about financing the grid. But to your point, Vali, which I think is the most important one around separating the grid, is that these short-term challenges are not actually technology challenges. They're governance challenges and they're finance challenges. And that is the thing we really have to crack. Thank you.
The one other thing, Crispian, that we spoke about a few times before that you may want to consider is a little bit of monitoring function that we should be playing. Yeah. Not that it should take all our role, but we need to, for example, call the South African National Defence Force, say that you are a very big energy user and electricity user, if they are, or few diesel user, whatever, for example, and say, and you said somewhere, I'm sure they would have said 2 years ago what they're going to do about it. Can you just tell us how you're progressing? Yeah. It just kind of with a light touch, but it makes people feel that somebody's going to ask them, what is the progress? Have they done what they're supposed? You know, and the various others could be the Public Works Department. It could be anybody. It could even be the private sector, because, you know, Anglo-American came here and told us all sorts of things they're going to do. Are they doing it? At some point we can ask them. So I think a little bit of a monitoring role. You'll find in society, a lot of people say nobody follows up and monitors whether things are being done. Mm-hmm. And we can have a small, set aside a little bit of our time for that, and you could package that for us somehow with your team. Let's have go ahead.
Just wanted people to hear my voice. No, thank you, Deputy Chairman. I was made curious by the comment that Joanne made about the IRP. What I like about it in my case is the fact that a cake is, as it may be, as a kind of, call it planning tool, it does reflect how government is thinking about the energy mix in the period ahead. So there is something to engage government on. I would, in addition to just perhaps challenging it and sort of arguing that it has lost its relevance, it would be interesting to find out what would be the better tool to come in its place that serves that purpose in a more elegant way than the IRP does. That's just the one point. On the presentation, there's a slide that I liked, the one with bar charts. It's quite useful. In fact, it shocked me quite a bit. Because, I mean, right at the end, a lot of what we are used to ceases to exist. And that's kind of fine, I guess. It's consistent with clean energy. But one of the most curious things I have in mind about this is, where will the country be in terms of its energy security, energy utilization? A very practical thing that I think about, which gets under the skins of politicians, which we have to bear in mind, because I think it's very important. If, for instance, the country is only able to meet now less than 60% of its energy need. I mean, there's no science to that number. And 10 years down the line, it is still at that point, or it meets less, then we're going backwards, you know? So all our thinking and modeling must say, what's our assumption about how much energy need there will be at that point? There are many things you can bring into that equation, some complex, others not. For instance, if we get more energy efficient, so for every unit of GDP produced, we use less energy, that's fine, you can make all of those adjustments. But if you don't meet your energy needs, I suspect that, and the only thing you meet is the clean energy, which is a good thing. So don't doubt my commitment to that. But we've got to solve for everything. Otherwise, if we solve for some things and not others, then we would be going backwards.
Thank you for that. You'll take that on board. I noticed from previous meetings that when we have a tea break, people really want to talk to each other because they don't get a chance, and others are busy. They need to return phone calls and give their staff instructions and all that. So let's have a proper tea break until 11, because I think there's value in having that time with each other. Now you're going to complain it's too long. When I say 15 minutes and you say, Stitcher.
No, just a question. Is Rudy Dix gonna come?
No.
He's not coming. So is that session's happening though?
Deputy Chair, if these meetings were like a full day, it would allow much more time. I don't know why we only have such short meetings. Yeah, please. Sorry, I'm sorry. You're gonna regret joining.
Be able to wrap up the whole meeting by 12:30 in any case with the long break, because we've got a bit of a shorter. And the ministers are not here to be long-winded and take up all our time, so we can be. Should we come back earlier? Okay, let's make it until 10:30. We'll come back at 10:30. Okay. Yes, like I'm happy that you are all wanting to come back earlier. Okay. 10:30, after the break. Crispian, will you, thank you. Okay, will you introduce Marcelo? Not everybody knows who he is.
Welcome back, commissioners. So we were going to get a briefing by Minister Creasy on the outcomes of COP27 and the next steps with respect to the jet investment plan. We're going to do that by, as we indicated earlier, the ministers aren't available. They've been called to an urgent NEC meeting. So Mayasela Kekana from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment is going to step in. He is South Africa's lead negotiator in all of our climate negotiations. So he's the man that leads the government team that negotiates at all these COPs. He was at the coalface of COP27 and is best placed to give us a quick overview. And I know the minister and Marcel have already sort of done a public report back. So we're not expecting a full presentation. This is going to be a quick flavor of the outcomes. And then, Chair, if I could also ask Joanne to say a few words on the next steps on the JET IP. And then I think we'll have covered both bases that Minister Creasy would have talked to.
No, thanks, Crispian. I think they're still trying to sort out the presentation, but I will start. And good morning, everyone. Unfortunately, the minister can't be here, so I'll try my best to imitate her. As some of you might know that the climate change conference, or what we call the COP, takes place every year at the end of the year, usually around November or December, following a series of meetings throughout the year. And the conference itself is the largest gathering, really, and it's one of the most complex multilateral events. And over the years, it has evolved just from being a negotiations platform to being a place where everybody comes together, from civil society, the business front, the academia, to talk about climate change, but also to make some business deals around clean energy and all that. So the delegation from South Africa is usually made up of a small negotiating team, which we lead. But then there's also this large involvement of these other actors in the space. And this year, I think we saw the highest number of CEOs, chief executive officers attending the COP in Egypt than we've ever seen before. And if you look at what these people are doing at the COP, it's not only attending the presentations, the side events, but they also have their own meetings. As I said, we had some of this meeting, for example, with the top 5 American companies to see the CEOs and many other engagements. So the COP really, if you are in the business of transition, this is the place where to be. It's not really about the negotiations. And in terms of how the COP itself is organized, only 1/3 of the space is used for negotiation. and the rest of the space is used for these other engagements. Of course, officially is a party-driven process, and this is the negotiations part. And it usually starts with the preparatory coordination meetings. We are organized in the negotiations around developed countries, so the G77 and China, and developed countries. But within those, then you've got various groupings, and South Africa is part of the Africa group. So that period of 2 to 5 November was used as such. I must also point out that because there were a number of new proposals to be added to the agenda, we also use that part of the preparation to deliberate on those so that we do not have the agenda fights when the meeting officially opens on the day. And in this case, it was the 6th of November. So it's a meeting of because this is a UN body. The convention is a UN body, so the COP it's the umbrella. But under the COP, you have associated things such as what we call the Kyoto Protocol, and there's a meeting of parties to that protocol. And now you've got this, what we call the Paris Agreement. So you have a meeting of parties to the Paris Agreement, or what you call the CMA. And then, of course, you've got the permanent subsidiary bodies that starts before those other 3. So it's a meeting of 5 bodies, actually. And now there's a trend by the organizers of the COP where they invite heads of states, because climate change now is not just about environment, it's about the economy and everything that happens in the countries. So over the last few years, there's been an invitation to heads of states. So the Egyptians did the same. There was this summit in between, which was on the 7th and 8th, and we were fortunate that our president was able to attend that particular summit. And then, not sure how you move your slides on this thing. Yes, so we're represented by the president in the climate summit, and he also co-chaired together with the president of European Commission the Just Transition Roundtable. And he also had a meeting, or we had a meeting on the Just Transition framework with the partners, which has the president of Germany, France. We had the US former state secretary attending. We had also the commission, the EU itself, and the president also delivered the national statement on the 7th. So that was the program that the president was engaged in. The president handed over the JET-PIP to the partner countries. Remember, this last year at the COP, we signed the initial agreement on this just energy transition. And throughout the year, Joanne and the team led the development of this investment plan, which subsequently cabinet adopted and handed over to this commission to further engage in public consultations. So the purpose really of engaging the partners there and showing them what we've done was to deliver a very clear message of what came out of that process, including the finance that is required. I think the deputy chair here already indicated that the money that is there is not enough. But the message that the president wanted to share with these presidents of these partner countries was that we do not have enough money in that in the form of grants, and that is very, very important in the whole kitty, that we should increase that component of grant financing. So that was that meeting that engaged in. And after the summit, because we started on the 6th to adopt the agendas and launched work, and then we paused for the summit to take place with all these presidents. And this was almost as high as what happened in Copenhagen in 2009. I think there were about 112 heads of states that attended that summit in Egypt. In Copenhagen was around 120. So it came very close. So once we concluded the summit with key messages coming from the summit to inform the negotiations, we went back into the rooms to start the negotiations. We had put forward as South Africa and as part of this Africa group, our key asks, including how do we advance the issues of adaptation or adapting to these impacts of climate change. We've got a serious agenda item there called operationalization of the global goal on adaptation. And how do we advance discussions on keeping the 1.5 degrees alive, which is a safer temperature goal under the mitigation. And of course, the finance issues, there's still outstanding pledges from our partners. And we are at the same time negotiating new finance goals. And of course, the issue of once you cannot adapt to these climate change impacts, then you go into permanent losses and damages. So this issue of loss and damage was also central to the discussions, and in particular, the funding of loss and damage. The G77 and China had put forward a request to discuss the financing part of that loss and damage. The current arrangements is that we've got money for mitigation and adaptation, but really when it comes to issues of addressing what happened in Durban, those floods, there's no funding for such things. That is where loss and damage comes in. So we had put forward this issue of how can we create a fund to deal with things like the Durban floods. So that was on top of the agenda. But of course, there are other important issues for the continent, such as the recognition of our special needs and circumstance. Many of you would know that the continent contribute very little when it comes to pollution. But it's highly impacted by the impacts of climate change. And this is recognized in the Intergovernmental Panel Committee on Climate Change, the IPCC itself. So Africa has always been recognized as such in the convention. But under the Paris Agreement, it doesn't feature that much this issue of Africa being the most vulnerable continent. So since the Paris COP, we've been asking for an agenda item to discuss the special needs and circumstance of Africa. And because once you are recognized, then you become priority when it comes to funding. Currently, the recognized most vulnerable groupings are the least developed countries. and the small islands developing states, and it used to have Africa. The only place where Africa is still recognized is still under the convention itself, but also most importantly under the Green Climate Fund, under the governing instruments of the Green Climate Fund. That's where Africa is still recognized. But we want this to be extended to the entire Paris Agreement.
Marcelo,
Yes.
how long is your presentation?
It's very short. I
Good.
mean, we are already on 5. I think it's 2 more. That's it.
You know, we don't have all the time that you have at COP.
Yeah.
You extend, you go through the night, then you extend it over the weekend
Yeah.
and all that. you know.
Of course, Chair.
I know that's where you come from, so I'm just reminding you. You're now in Johannesburg.
And in fact, the COP was extended by exactly 36 hours. So on the issues of adaptations, which are important to Africa, this was a mixed outcome for us because we had specific proposals, and we came with an agreement that said, let's postpone some of this to next year. The same with the special circumstance of Africa. This unfortunately did not enjoy any consensus, so it was kicked forward. Yeah, now this is technology, Chair. It's not myself. Yeah. It's going backwards. Yeah, sure. It can only go backwards. And on the mitigation, of course, this is very important. I think Minister Chrissy was co-chairing this one. Because last year in COP, we initiated this work program to see how do we, because there's a gap between what countries have put forward in terms of their pledges and what is needed to achieve the 1.5 degree temperature goal. So we decided last year that we will set up this work program. So this year we're just dealing with the modalities of the work program. And of course, we agreed that this will continue until 2026, and we'll do a review around that time. And we'll take annual decisions in this, but there's a whole lot more than what is there. And of course, the most important outcome was around this loss and damage. This is the key milestone for COP27, because we of course agreed to set up this fund, and we put forward the transitional committee, just like we did previously for the Green Climate Fund. So we agreed to setting up this transitional committee to design the fund, and we gave a time frame, 1 year. So by next year, at the next COP, we should have this fund fully operational. That was one part on loss and damage, but of course, for you to know what are your losses and damages and what methodologies to use, you need some form of technical assistance, which is where this thing called Santiago Network for Loss and Damage comes in. We also finalized its setup, so it's now fully operational, that one. So on loss and damage, we really made good progress, unlike on the adaptation. Just transition work program. We set up a just transition work program in the convention itself. The COP decided to establish a just transition work program. Many countries want to learn from each other. And for us, we've always said we should be careful, because this is just transitions with the S, not just one. We are at various stages and the various challenges at each and every stage. So we agreed that we are going to be having this work program on just transition. On the finance, very important outcomes there, and with the main one being a key message that feeds into the overall ecosystem of finance, which is as you do the reforms of these multilateral development banks, you need to consider issues of climate change, because currently it's a problem with these MDBs. If you look at the floods that happened in Pakistan, they had to go borrow money at very high rates. So because these MDBs are not geared towards dealing with issues of climate change and loss and damage in particular. So the key message, including from the summit of the heads of states, was around this reform of the MDBs that is currently underway. So we also agreed that we will look at this whole issue of aligning financial flows to low carbon, and we will continue to deliberate on that. And on the issue of this long-term finance, we expressed, the COP expressed serious concern that, some pledges have not been met. These were supposed to have been met by 2020, but they are still outstanding. So we need firm answers as to when these monies will be delivered and all those things. And the rest was just giving guidance to the existing funds, such as the Green Climate Fund, and looking at the second replenishment of that. So there was clear messages around that, including the GF itself. And just to conclude, Chair, because there's various analysis out there in terms of whether the COP27 was successful or not. But as we say, for us, how you measure success is what was your mandate when you went there, and what transpired vis-a-vis your mandate. And for the country, including the continent as a whole, we believe that COP27 has largely delivered on its mandate. There are those that believe otherwise, but for us, in terms of what we put forward as key asks for the COP27, we believe that COP27 has really delivered on the mandate. And this is the message that all African countries are spreading in relation to what is coming out from our partners. I think this is the last slide. Yeah, let me stop there. Yeah.
Joanne, do you want?
No, Chair, not on the COP itself, except maybe just to say one thing.
It's the same.
Okay, I thought I was going to talk around the implementation of the investment plan. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah, let me come in. So yesterday afternoon, the process of consultation around the Just Energy Transition Investment Plan started with a briefing that was organized and held by the PCC around the content of the investment plan. And going forward into next year, the PCC will take that consultative process forward and basically solicit the views of stakeholders on the investment plan. But I also think importantly on not only on what is in the investment plan, but on what we do with it going forward. And I thought that was a very useful part of the consultation yesterday, was that there was a lot of very good input on questions of actually implementation and way forward. So that is the one side of it, really, is that process of engaging with stakeholders as a first step. I think secondly, and maybe just to go back a little bit, this work has been overseen by an interministerial committee on climate change. The Presidential Climate Finance Task Team, led by Daniel Minele, has reported in to that IMC, and then you've had the Secretariat that has done the technical and coordination work. And at the moment, what the Secretariat has been asked to do is to go back through the plan and say, what will it take to implement it? And so I thought I should go through some of that. It will also require, I think, a review of the institutional arrangements might be needed as you move into implementation. I suspect that there's going to be a different and more and additional skills and capacities brought in order to make this plan not be one that is put on a shelf, but one that really guides the way that we move forward and sees in particular infrastructure on the ground on the one hand, and a real set of just transition investments moving with speed. So some of that relates to the issues around finance. As everyone's aware, in terms of the scale of need that we identified, there is a very big financing gap. So there's obviously work that has to be done around mobilizing finance going forward. I think we've been in a bit of a chicken and egg situation, that we haven't had a plan on the table, but we've been saying we need money. We now have a plan. I think for everybody who was at the COP, one of the things that was notable on the basis of the plan is that a whole range of potential financiers from public, private, and philanthropic organizations were all expressing interest in the plan. So I think one big area of work is going to be around the finance mobilization. I think the second thing is that the plan lists or identifies an absolute priority investment to be investing in transmission. And I think a second part of that implementation is going to be to support Eskom in being able to get those investments moving ahead with absolute urgency, but also in relation to Eskom, ensuring that the investment plan for the accelerated program that was approved in October last year also moves ahead. And that really refers to the repurposing and repowering of the next 3 power stations that reach end of life. There is then the issue of, in the context of the just transition, I think work around what are the appropriate institutional arrangements, investments, activities, projects that need to be developed. In the Mpumalanga context, there is a whole section of the investment plan dealing with it that needs to take life. And in our view, effectively, you're looking at a new economic development plan for Mpumalanga, and the consultation and the work to be able to identify what it will take to put that in place needs to happen. There's then work around the monitoring and evaluation framework for the JET IP that must be developed. There are proposals around some of what is entailed in the investment plan, but that needs to be bedded down. There's then a whole lot of areas of further work. I'm not going to go into the detail of them. I think in the briefing yesterday, we identified in quite a lot of detail where the work, or where, in fact, in the period since the investment plan was published, events have overtaken it, and where there is going to need to be, in going forward and implementing, we're going to need to take account of the further developments. And then obviously a plan for the long-term capacity institutional arrangements, and for the implementation process itself needs to be developed. So essentially the work of the Secretariat at the moment is to go through all of this and to put a draft, to put a plan to the PCFTT and the IMC in order that all of that work can happen, and so that we can move forward with speed. And I think at the COP, I think one of the real big conversations that we had as South Africans was really around how we organize ourselves and what we need to do to get things moving. So I think there was a very strong commitment to saying, kind of, let's stop talking and start doing. And I think in implementing this, we need to do the same. Thanks.
Thank you, Joanne. I know that commissioners are interested in the just energy financing, whatever, the work which you are doing. Would it be possible at future meetings to submit like just a regular written update instead of a presentation? I have asked at previous times the people who presented to do so. And so, Crispian, if you could just do that and no presentation, taken as read and questions, that would be much better because otherwise people just, listen to what's said and then they think on their feet. And they could also submit questions, more complicated questions beforehand to Joanne, so she, they could come with the answers and stuff. So we'll do that in future. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll appreciate that. Anything to add to what Marcella has said, Crispian, from your side?
No, Chair. I mean, I'd covered a little bit of the work we were engaged in COP. And, as Marcella said, there's a whole, there's the world of the negotiators, which obviously is very important. And then there's the world outside of it with multiple different sectoral events. And I know the parliamentarians were meeting in Luxor. The general circulated the report from that meeting. So yeah, it's a real festival of different sectors and ideas, and in some respects really important because it's where a lot of the deals are made and works in parallel to the negotiations.
Good, thank you very much, General.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is a short one. I would like to get clarity on who is responsible for addressing the ESCOM crisis. Are we expected that if country X or developed world give us grants or loans, would that money go straight to address the current crisis of ESCOM? Whereas we thought they are assisting us in order to address our migration from fossil fuels to renewable. The lines tend to be blurred when it comes to that. Can someone clarify who's responsible for fixing up the mess of ESCOM? Is it going to be paid by the government, or we're going to use this money we're getting as a grant from other countries?
Thank you, General, for that. I think that certainly some of this finance that is, or the extent to which the finance is allocated to ESCOM, I think it will be used for to support the work that is being done around in order to expand the grid, in order to do the repurposing and the repowering of coal plants as they reach the end of life, as well as to support ESCOM, the ESCOM Just Transition investment. So, for example, one of those is the establishment of the Sorotech training facility at Komati. There's another one that is being established at Grootklei, and that is funded by foreign funding. Some of this finance is grant, a fairly small proportion, and some of it is loan, and that will be channeled through national treasury and then allocated in various ways. But I think our understanding is that we see this finance as catalytic, that what it should do is to be invested in things that open the way for a long-term low carbon transition. So yes, I think that some of it will support some of the things that would help us get out of the kind of the problems that we have at the moment.
And that money you're referring to, how much of it has been received and spent?
Very, very little, as I understand it. There are a whole lot of, clearly once the in principle decisions are taken, there is a process of negotiation around whether it's the terms of loans or the projects that grants will finance. And those are all at different stages of readiness. And it is a national
Yeah.
treasury overseeing
Yeah,
that
but
process.
Just to, I mean, a bit of perspective, we're going to soon reach by our next meeting, 24 months since this matter has been negotiated, talked about, and people have said they want to fund. Not a cent seems to have flowed as yet. Just stating a fact. Melissa?
Thanks. Actually, I have a question about consultation. I mean, it's good that consultation can now start. I know some people have been speaking about this for a long time, but the plan has only been in the public domain since just before COP. So I want to ask a question about the schedule for consultation. How soon that will be available for planning purposes. The communities affected, how can we get documents to them in advance? I don't see blessing now. What about languages and those sort of issues? I don't know if anyone's planned this out already, but you can just share that. That would be helpful for us, please. Thanks.
Yeah, it's the same topic. It's about the secretariat is who, Jan? So you mentioned the secretariat. And I'm trying to figure out, is it the secretariat you're involved with, or is this secretariat? When you mention, when you talk about the secretariat, and then in terms of consultation, my issue also goes to the question of who's holding the consultation, what are the terms, what is that consultation meant for? So yeah, or is there a direct line between the finance task team and the public? Yeah.
Dr. Olver should better respond.
Thank you, Chair. I think the question around consultation has already been asked, but I know we had an initial session, but we had not had time to go through the actual investment plan. So is there going to be a session specifically for the commission so that we can apply our minds and also raise some of the issues that we have in terms of the investment plan? And then, in line with what Bobby is asking, I'm trying to understand, where does the PCC fit in terms of the implementation plan? It's gotten very difficult to reconcile the finance task team and the PCC. So I'm hoping that as we move into implementation, this can be clarified much more. And maybe that is another thing that will require an amendment to our charter in terms of how the PCC relates to the finance task team, so that it can be clear for everybody. I'd also like to understand, now that we're moving into implementation, now what becomes the role of the finance task team? Does it remain with its composition, or are we looking at expanding it because now the view is of implementation? I'm saying this hoping that the finance task team can now have more broader representation of various other stakeholders. Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
I wish I could answer all of those, but the decisions haven't yet been taken on a number of those issues by the Interministerial Committee. What I'm certainly hoping, Lebogang, is that by early next year, the decision makers would be able to come back to you with clarity on some of those questions around the institutional arrangements going forward. I mean, maybe just to clarify which secretariat, this is the JET IP secretariat, Bobby, it's not the PCC secretariat, and I think Dr. Olver will clarify the role of the PCC in that regard.
The
Thanks.
JET IP secretariat, you head it up, Joanne?
Yeah, and the JET IP secretariat essentially supported the PCFTT and the IPG in doing the technical work that went into the investment plan.
Completely lost. I have no idea what you're talking
about. So the IPG is the International Partners Group who are providing or putting forward this 8.5 billion offer. The PCFTT is the structure that has been led by Mr. Daniel Minele. And then in order that those two could come up with an investment plan, within a year, as was set out in the political declaration from Glasgow, a group of people were appointed as a secretariat to basically do all the technical work and write an investment plan. That's the secretariat that we are talking about. How it will change, morph, be added to, be subtracted from going forward is not yet, decisions haven't been taken in that regard. Thanks.
Chair, Bobby's asking a very pertinent question. And I think there's an important distinction to be made between the consultations that took place already and this next phase. So the last set of consultations with different stakeholders on the priorities that you wanted to see reflected in the JET IP, we conducted on behalf of the PCFTT. So Daniel asked us to help, and we merely acted as a facilitator to convene those consultations. The consultations that we're planning now are slightly different. We were asked, when the president briefed us on the 4th of November, he asked the PCC to run the consultation process. And the intention is for us as the PCC, following that consultation process, to make recommendations. So we are, we've been broadly supportive of this process, but we are now establishing a critical independence from it, and will be reflecting back on it and making recommendations. So at the next meeting, we need to create the space for us to digest what the stakeholders have said and decide what the Commission wants to say on this plan.
Good. We just got to make sure that there isn't any collateral damage that happens to the Commission, because we're not an implementing body. We can't implement this thing, and the implementers have done very little so far. Because if I'm an investor and Lebogang comes to me and says, I must invest money in her company because she's going to do business, and after 2 years she tells me she's still thinking about it, there's this structure, there's that structure, I'll say, give my money back with interest. I'll rather give it to Pick and Pay, because they seem to be running shops and they will make some money for, give me a return. So Joanne, I think that it's we would want to keep a distance, and I would want to be able to say, like I say at every meeting, what's holding this thing up? Is it the donor countries that are just talking but not parting with the money? Or is it that there's such a complex system that has been set up now in government that nothing's going to happen? Each person consults so-and-so, consults that, etc. But it's just not good enough. Got nothing to do with you, Marcel. I'm only saying this for your ears so that you can see when they talk over there, nothing actually happens on the ground. And to think that one can't think up one project and put it to the donors and say, fund this thing, it just amazes me, really amazes me that that is what is happening. But that's that. Am I being unfair? Crispin? You think I'm being unfair?
No, it's not for me to say, Chair.
That means you agree with me. Because if I'm unfair, you normally tell me. So that means you agree with me. Okay. Joanne, I don't know what we can do, because you seem to be faced with this sort of complex thing. I mean, how do you get the interministerial committee to do anything? I don't know. So what can you're going to think at the next meeting, what can we do and say that can facilitate and help? Because somewhere it seems something needs to be pushed, and we're there for that, to facilitate and to help out. You must think about that. And then you put it to us at the next meeting.
I think the consultation process is critical. I really do think it is critical. It is critical that the broad set of stakeholder inputs into this plan are heard and addressed. And I also think that in particular, the consultation in the areas where much of this investment is going to take place and the kind of socialization of the plan and the engagement of affected people with the plan is absolutely critical. So I think that the PCC has a very important role in this regard.
That's a useful role, but I mean, it's fine to say that, but somebody needs to implement this thing. I mean, it needs to get going, and because this is a practical thing. It's not a theoretical thing. It's a practical thing that South Africa went and asked for money, presumably to do something, and we need to get that something done. You know, consultation can go on and on, which we must do, and all of that. But that doesn't mean nothing practical should happen, even with the consultation going on. There must be certain practical things which all stakeholders agree needs to be done, and that can go on. I mean, do you need to open up a trade school or college in one of the affected areas so that training can start already for people to get skills or something? You know, I mean, like there are various sorts of things that can happen. You can talk to NUMSA. They can give you some ideas which can start being implemented through consultation with NUMSA. But I just get a feeling that this thing is just too much of government bureaucracy holding this thing up. Maybe it should be taken out of the presidency. I don't know, but you people need to think of something, and then you can use us to say that something needs to be done. That's all that I'm saying. General, what do you think?
Chair, I was going to suggest that in the next meeting, the ministers, when they come here, they should come with their DGs or chief directors, because those are the people with tools. And we actually ask them, what progress have they made in terms of implementing this overall strategy for the country? These meetings of only politicians meeting, and some of them are clueless about what they are talking about, like myself, as I'm speaking now. So I think the technocrats must be brought closer. At least we will be more comfortable, because we can ask the DGs, what's your plan, and show us your timeframes. Same applies with the people who are in charge of infrastructure at the presidency. Those people should be working with us, as well as the CEO of ESCOM. Say, how far are you in sorting out the problem at ESCOM? So that's my little input.
So in talking about the role of the Commission in relation to the JETP structures, for me, what is important is how is the JETP IP talking to the kind of work that our mitigation group is doing, where we are thinking quite carefully about the energy supply mix of the country, starting with the power sector. We are thinking about, you know, quite in-depth work about the skills dimension of that, and so on and so on. So if I cross-read, which I have done, the JETP IP and our work that we're doing, I don't see anything in this IP investment plan that is contradictory or, you know, taking us down side roads or detours according to where we think we should be going with our short-term horizon and our long-term. So there aren't contradictions or problems at the moment, but I do think it's really important that somehow, and I'm very happy if it's that secretariat and our secretariat who talk to each other, but that we integrate what we're getting money for into the kind of planning and thinking that the PCC is doing around this. Thank you.
So just a very technical question. Green hydrogen, this plan, how much is going to Sasol? If Sasol is still getting gas and pushing for gas from Mozambique, that's a contradiction. If Sereti can suggest that they will spend 75 billion rand on RE, why are we trying to save Sasol when people are protesting going against Sasol outside? So I think it's difficult for us to be able to think of an investment plan where you're trying to save Sasol. Sasol needs to be saved for the country, I'm not saying, but I think who needs to do it is important. And Sasol is making super profits now.
Part of why I raise this thing over and over is because I've been following this climate change process globally for many decades, right from the start, even Marcella, before you got involved in it. And what happens is a lot of funds are set up, and now there's a loss and damage fund. So what will happen with the loss and damage fund? They'll start having a lot of negotiations about what's it about, what will the protocols be, what will it, and the rich countries then say, okay, now they're going to put, one day they set some 100 billion rand into a fund, but then they don't actually have to part with any money because nothing happens. So now they promised us money, $8.5 billion, but they don't actually have to part with any real money, you know, because nothing happens. And this is Joanne, this is my frustration with this thing. You know, I mean, it's just like a phantom. You don't have to pay anything. You can promise. The presidents announce it and all. They actually don't have to part money. They haven't parted with a cent in years.
So I think that as far as I understand it, I think it would be useful firstly to get National Treasury in to actually talk about some of the allocations that will go through the sovereign, to talk about those. As I understand it, National Treasury is close to signing the agreements around whatever the funds are that will flow through the sovereign. And to be able to spell out exactly how that money is going to be allocated and is going to be spent. So I don't think that it is phantom. I think that some of it is complicated, definitely. But I do believe that the $8.5 billion exists. And I think it is incumbent on us to absolutely ensure as a country that given that that is what the offer that was made, that we put in place the investments, the projects, the activities that would ensure that that money flows. So I think there is a challenge to us as a country as well as a challenge to the international partners group.
It's very interesting. One cannot pin down who the person is that isn't doing it. Now it's the Treasury that we must speak to. But I'm trying to find the person who's not doing the thing. You say it's up to us. Who is the us? Because we as a commission, we're not an implementing body as such. Anyway, let's leave it at that. We'll get in a report next time. Maybe you can give us some of that detail also, Joanne. Can we move on to the next item, Crispin?
Yeah.
Which is the desiccants item.
So, Chair, you'll recall from the last meeting, no, 2 meetings ago, that we had the Mayor, Polisi Kaunda, come and talk to us about the KZN floods. And we had reported at the time that we have a process of research and consultation underway to look at the impact of those floods and the nature of the response. So we've now produced a report which we would like to present to you, and our suggestion, this is an important report, our suggestion is that we make recommendations on the subject. I'm wonder, Chair, whether the chairperson of the Adaptation and Resilience Group, Makoma, wants to say a few words before Desigan presents.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you very much. I just want to say that as part of the tasks that are given to us as the working group on climate change and resilience, we are, as part of the processes around developing climate resilience and development, we had received an update like you had referred to in the previous meeting and also in the working group. And an assessment of the KZN floods. And from then on, that's where a brief was developed, that which Mr. Dizike Naidu would present. Without waste of time, I would really want him to present so that we can also have time for discussion immediately after his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Appreciate the opportunity, and we will be brief because you have a full document in the pack, and there is a much bigger document, which is the actual research report that's been considered by the working group and is being finalized with layout, etc., for distribution to the Commission as a whole. So what we're looking at is a PCC brief with some recommendations coming out of a fairly quick but not so dirty analysis. It's been quite a comprehensive analysis of the phenomenon of the KwaZulu-Natal floods, and it is plural because there was an April flood and 2 weeks after that there was another flooding event related in the same suite. And these have implications for the region specifically, but more broadly around the issue of loss and damage. So if I go to the next slide, a quick reminder of some of the international impetus around this. And some of it does come out of the Sharm el-Sheikh plan of implementation, and Marcella had given us a more comprehensive presentation just now. It relates very directly to, in part, to the movement on the global adaptation plan. It has a very distinct landing point on the issue of the agreement on loss and damage and the establishment of the loss and damage fund. And Chair, as you mentioned, some things move a bit slowly. Those of us longer in the game will remember that the loss and damage discussion actually rose to prominence in Rio, 1992. So it's taken us 30 years to get to where we are. And we're looking forward to making this work not only for our part of the world, but the world as a whole around how to deal with the loss and damage issues. And in a presentation earlier this week, Ambassador Mohammed Omar Gad from Egypt, the Egyptian representative to the African Union, made it very clear that presidency under Shukri is going to make this a key priority for the Egyptian presidency in the 2023 year. So these are the pictures I'm sure that you're very familiar with. And just to tell you the story, that the analysis was comprehensive. It deals with all of these issues and a few more. So there were issues engaging the biophysical environment and what this means to the biophysical environment. The part we're going to talk about a little bit more than not are the issues of disaster response and spatial planning. But we're also engaging the issues around the socioeconomic contexts and how we work out the socioeconomic factors, and there are issues of governance and issues of infrastructure planning. I should point out that in addition to the members of the working group, there were many other commissioners that were also involved in this, particularly in the workshops that we've had with the communities. So moving on quite rapidly, the key findings, I just want to highlight one or two of the issues. One of those issues, and this is an issue now in discussion in various fora, including importantly in the Scientific Review Committee of the Global Climate Fund, is around what kind of attribution of this flood can be given to climate change. Now, this is a really critical discussion, actually, because it's going to have a lot more prominent and very difficult discussions inside the Loss and Damage Fund. And that's something we have to gear up in the 2023 year around getting the right kind of criteria and determinations. And if this comes up in the discussion, we can talk about this. It is clearly, though, a demonstration of the threat multiplier effect around climate change, even if it isn't the primary attribution. The issue around vulnerable communities bearing the brunt, the disproportionate burden is fairly clear, as we have seen in many, many cases. In fact, all other cases, there are no exceptions really. The issues of socioeconomic disparities and geographic landscapes, and the issue of the ecological infrastructure integrity, absolutely key. The issue around early warning systems and technology and the use of technology is something that has raised its head. And it's related more broadly to the state of things inside the system, as was clear in the earlier discussions. One of the recent reports that's come out now, and Shafiq might want to talk about this a little bit more, is the 56% non-accounted for water in the city of Durban, and this is before the flood. Moving on, just to remind everyone that we've been looking at this matter. Several other people have been looking at this matter very closely, and we now have, as part of our working group inside the PCC, the membership of the South African Human Rights Commission, and they did a parallel investigation. We have discussed this together in the final report. And these are the issues that have been well ventilated in the public domain, so I'm not going to go into them, that they actually presented to Parliament quite recently around their view of what happened in KwaZulu-Natal. They also take a bit of a longer term view on this matter, talking not only about the human rights violations associated with both the events leading to the flood and how the responses have been happening, but they're also talking about the intergenerational impact. And one of those pronouncements was around the school and the school damage. And this is really important for us to engage. And their conclusion in that last line is what they put out very publicly. Beyond the flood damage itself, the issues associated with the broader socioeconomic impacts are really critical. The exposure of the fragility of the supply chains around food, as an example, the vulnerability of low-income households in particular, but low-income households have crept into the domain of the lower middle-income households as well. There's the issue around the paradigm with which you engage these matters. The economic losses, the number is standing now in a range of 17 to 25 billion rands just to deal with the immediate damages associated with the flood. And then if you add on to that loss of economic activity and relative slowdown, even in the ones that have recovered, you come to a very different kind of conclusion. Much higher number, of course, and the whole issue around climate proofing being a core criteria around restoration is absolutely key. So, Chair, there were a few case studies that were very important in this, and I just want to highlight the one around community-based flood early warning systems. There has been one very successful example that has showed itself up in this recent flood. It unfortunately has no replication in the wider region. And this is what has happened in the Quarry Road informal settlement. And these are being written up in various places, and some case study work is now contributing to some global reports around this matter as well, which is really great. For those interested, and these slides, of course, you will have, this talks to a little bit about the architecture of how that works and what we can learn from it around the mainstreaming. The issue around adaptive capacity and resilience, and this is really important because this is a municipality, and the epicenter of the floods was eThekwini. That has been ahead of the game around the way it thinks about climate matters. In 2014 already, it had the city's climate response plan, the action plan, and it has a series of governance structures that are operational, and arguably it has one of the more functional governance architectures around climate, including very active NGO and civil society participation. And it just tells you that if this can happen and have the level of response that is inadequate in a place that already has this equipped infrastructure, what will happen in places where it is not? So moving on. And I'm keeping to my pledge to you, Chair, to have a very short presentation. These are the highlights of the recommendations. They're a little bit more comprehensive in the brief and a lot more comprehensive in the research paper. One of the ones that is very prominent is around the whole issue around the architecture around disaster risk financing. And there are some really important new developments inside each of these domains. So in the case of the DRF financing, the National Treasury and the World Bank released 2 weeks ago their diagnostic report on the state of DRF in this country. And it wouldn't surprise you that the diagnostic says it's woefully inadequate. So one of the priority recommendations is looking very carefully around the issues around what the new architectures need to be, including issues beyond the state. So it's not only about making more funds available within the state with more accessible mechanisms. And currently the National Treasury is busy with that reform process, but also the issues around insurance, for example, and how those mitigate some of the risk associated with damage from things like the flood. The second is the strengthening of the climate governance inside the system. And this is about KwaZulu-Natal, about the city of Durban, upping its game, but more importantly, around ensuring that this is something that happens countrywide within the context of the just transition framework, and there's some very clear principles put out around that. The third is the climate sensitive approach to infrastructure investment. Critical, the president has pronounced on this issue. I mean, he made it clear that around a disaster, you've got to take care of the things that have to happen today, and that's fair enough. But the rebuild plan should result in a much higher climate resilience index than we have had before, and the knock-on effect on that resilience in several other spheres beyond climate is quite clear, as we discussed a little bit earlier today. The issue around the early warning systems, absolutely key and really critical, is that even with great early warning systems, your response mechanisms have to be able sufficiently potentiated to do the things that it wants to do. General Holomisa put a very interesting discussion point into the mix. It's not in the paper around the role of the military, and that may be something we should consider quite closely. But it would need some very specific work. And this whole thing about regenerative sustainability approach is what's included in the paper. And it's absolutely critical as a very direct implementation of this just transition framework, which we're all quite proud about having produced. It's important that we are also looking forward. And one of the things I just want to put in here, just to conclude, Chair, is there's all sorts of discussion around it, and a lot of this discussion is supported by some very good science. And one of the things that has been put out by the Center for High Performance Computing, this is the node number 2 that's based at the CSIR, called the Lengao supercomputer, has identified for within this decade, moving into the next one, 4 tipping points around climate change in this part of the world, primarily South Africa, but the Southern African region. One is the Gauteng day zero. The Vaal day zero in the modeling is looking really, really frighteningly tangible. And we're talking about the Vaal system sitting at a 25% capacity. There's some interesting debates, but the interesting debates don't go beyond 50%. The second is the collapse of the food staples on the back of the droughts, both extended droughts as well as high intensity drought episodes. And the 2 things they pulled out quite specifically is the failure of the maize crops and the collapse of the cattle herd. And Jansi may want to have some commentary on that. Hopefully tell us that we're being a little bit alarmist and it's not real. The third is the issue of the killer heat waves. And we're talking here about tens of thousands of fatalities potentially being associated with these heat wave phenomena, which are becoming higher temperature and more frequent. And then last and by no means least, we are seeing this new phenomenon of the failure of Madagascar to protect us as it had for so long, with the rise in sea temperatures to some level with the acidification. We're now seeing category 4 and 5 cyclones traveling further and further south. So the cutoff that was about Beira for the longest time, no longer the case. We're now seeing the possibility in the next decade or so of those cyclones going as far as Port St. John's. So, Chair, that is what we wanted to share with you. And what's being recommended from the working group is this PCC meeting to consider the brief as a direct submission to the chair of the commission and to government. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair and Deputy Chair, and thanks, Desigan. I think for pulling all those various pieces together. Well done. Deputy Chair, you know exactly what you said. Where's the money? And so the question in the report, which is not very clear, is did money actually get to KwaZulu-Natal? You know, there was a promise made by the president. It was pulled back and it was asked to reconsider what local finances there were in the province. So that is very unclear. And I think it's an important process to grapple with so that we understand when these commitments are made and when I know there's the international dimension to this, but there's a local dimension and we need to get the money to where it's needed. It's unclear about what has happened about that. I think the issue that is missing is the issue of governance. It's not an issue about a social compact, about governance within the city with the people that live in the city. And you can't only see it through a social compact where you get civil society. It's actually all of us in the city that needs to be part of this. And the city, people in the city are organizing themselves. But I think the report needs to make a stronger statement on that. We've never recovered from the previous floods. And I think people still living in temporary homes from the previous floods in the latter part of the last decade. So I think that's important. And I'm not going to talk about the sewage. I mean, it's a disaster that is still happening in the city. So recovery is not what it is. Yeah, those 4 points I think are really important before we finalize this report.
Chair, can I add? I think there is a real issue here about our ability as a country to do fabulous work and not adopt or implement any of the recommendations. And I think that in relation to eThekwini, there has been brilliant work done over at least a decade, looking at the vulnerability of the greater Durban area to climate risk and making very clear recommendations around things like stormwater, planning, where you can and can't build, and none of it was implemented. I think similarly with Transnet, there was brilliant work done at Transnet around 5 or 6 years ago, looking at the vulnerability of Transnet's infrastructure and the port infrastructure to climate risk. Again, we don't implement it. And I think that there is a real question around and the consequences for people of not implementing those things and not taking them seriously and letting short-term decisions about such and such a developer now wants to build something right on the edge of the coast and let them go ahead because it'll improve our rate space, never mind that it's going to slide into the sea in 5 years' time. Not doing it as a country is costing us hugely. So I think that we need to take a leaf firstly out of Mozambique's book, because I don't know if people remember those terrible floods in Mozambique 20 years ago in the Limpopo Basin. And Mozambique actually instituted an early warning system. They worked with the communities. They put in place a whole lot of resilience measures. And now they still have the floods, but they don't have the death or the destruction of property. So I really do think that we should be looking at what it takes to implement some very, very simple things that in the long run are going to have very major implications in terms of people not losing their homes and their livelihoods and their lives in this situation. But I would agree with Bobby that this is a governance issue, actually.
Thank you very much, Chair. Some of the things that we are going to say are going to be very uncomfortable. But we are not saying them in a spiteful manner. We say them because we really do care. I really can't understand and why can't we, as when I received the agenda, I saw the Premier was due to address us. I was happy because we have questions to ask, in particular with the issues of governance, like what we have stated. People have been displaced there, and people are still displaced today. Can we really come and sit around and say, allow families, I've seen on TV, where they are moved, they are being rejected. We're creating a crisis while there's money meant to resolve that crisis. The city came here, Chair, and I'll be very short, presented a plan. I thought that the Premier, through their intergovernmental relations, will therefore throw in that plan that the city gave us and say, this is how far as provincial government of KZN with the city have gone. There's no agency, Chair, let's agree. There's no agency in addressing that matter. And this commission is shared by the president. We thought that people are going to take us serious, but some of the things, Chair, would really have to be taken offline, but things are not normal at all. In particular, I want to close, Chair. When are people going to be integrated back to communities than people having to live in shelters? Because if you go to prison today, you come out, you'll be integrated back to communities easy than a person that finds himself in trouble. So those are the issues, Chair. And it's I know people don't want to hear this. In general, when you raise these things, we become a subject of victimization. They will start asking, where is that Bongani Mwale from? And they will start digging. And by the way, some of us are vetted than the CEOs of big companies are running away from vetting. Thank you.
Thanks, Deputy Chair. And maybe I just want to comment, and I've gone through the report and nice work. I would also like to see the bigger report because that will interest me. But I think there's a couple of things. The one thing that sits on top of all of this thing, and I think Joanne mentioned it, is spatial planning. That's the problem. If you look at Umhloti as an example, and don't do it now, I'll give you homework. You all have the app on your phone with the Google Maps. So you type in Umhloti, you look at, and we've all seen the WhatsApp images of the flooding of that area. But what I want to do, switch on satellite, and then you start to zoom out. And then you'll see what was the problem. The problem is you have these high precipitation events, cloudbursts, as Desigan said, it's become the new normal. We know it's gonna, and I'll give you a much more scarier scenario, is that, and if you zoom out, you'll see, if you just move, west, you'll see they've scraped the top of the catchment to develop. They put in roads. So all that mud and that stuff that you saw, it's not localized, it's coming from somewhere else because they've now sold that part that should be protected as our ecological infrastructure to develop it. So everything, so it rained, in South Africa, the higher you go, the orographic effect, the more rain you're going to get. So you have high precipitation, the higher you go, more, and water flows down. And this is the images that you saw on the WhatsApp is what you saw in terms of the poor planning to the west of that area. And so if you sort out the spatial planning, but I think as the colleague said next to me as well, is that people are already living there. People want to go back. And that's the other problem. Because we need now to say, build back better. You can't go and resettle where the problem is. And I think that's part. So now we need to, we've done a lot of work in terms of water sensitive design and settlements. How do you re-engineer where people do not want to move? Because here's the second scariest scenario. And again, Joanne, and I want to pick up of what we see in the Mozambique, and all the modeling indicates it's moving south. So what we see is happening in the Mozambican channel is going to hit KwaZulu-Natal over time. And we're not ready. Our spatial planning is not ready. So whatever we do in terms of fixing what we have now and building it the same way, we're just going to spend money and it's just going to be washed away. So I think, Chair, that's some of the issues.
Yeah. Today, representing trade unions have been cutting a lot of trouble. I'm not vetted, I said, like him. But I think it is very, very important to say things, and I'm going to humbly ask that we don't water this down. That political will is shown in little things like being invited to meetings, and which are talking to serious things like flooding, which we don't know an end of it. According to what he's saying, we don't know an end to it. There's still people who are displaced. And if we put people at the center, we sometimes need to call out politicians and not be afraid. And I think since this morning, I'm raising it again, that we shouldn't be afraid of politicians. We should really care more about our people than to love politicians more than our people. And I think yes, you're qualifying that. But yet again, I think for us going forward, let's take note of the fact that there are people who are invited for specific important roles, that if they can't make it, there should be a layer that can make it. It can't be that there is only one person who is, I'm sorry to make this example, who is like the Holy Spirit. No. We understand you can't be in all places at all times, but we do believe that there are people who are layers below you. If you've got a deputy mayor, I'm just making an example, if you've got somebody from the leadership of the provincial government who deals with these issues, it was going to be important to just demonstrate political will. Not only to demonstrate it, but to also show that you care about the issue of the people and the fact that the flooding doesn't know an end as yet. And we might have a perpetual crisis for our people if somehow we don't find ourselves managing what we should manage. And I think this is a general comment that I've got to make about political will.
I mean, from the morning, you are quite correct. You've been saying it. But you're giving the general an opportunity then. He is lucky that we are not in China. You wouldn't have been able to say all those things in China. But, okay.
This is public.
Eh? All right. But it comes, maybe we can use that monitoring thing also. You know, we're talking about monitoring. So Joanne says that there were these plans about making resilience and adaptation and all those sorts of things. We can, over time, even if we let people know that next year's September meeting, you're on the agenda. We're going to ask you to give us a report on this as part of monitoring. It makes people do things if they feel somebody's asking the question, so we can try to use that a little bit without taking the whole day, which gives Melissa thinks we should meet for the whole day. Lungisa.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman. I had whispered to you that I would request to be excused at 12. I'm working like it's not a Friday. Maybe it was a bad idea to leave the public sector after all. But I was saying that in jest. But I thought just two quick points. I mean, the one point which connects to what Marcel was talking about on the loss and damage, whatever fund. One of the contentious issues that's going to arise is the responsibility that authorities carry for doing the right thing. You can't fail to do the things you're supposed to do and then pass the problem to others. I mean, the world wouldn't work. So it's going to be urgent. In fact, it is urgent now that we should come to terms with sort of fixing our own problems, clean our own house, and then we can engage with the world in a way that gets the world to respond to our situation. So we've got to fix the, town planning, zoning, and the approvals of things. If the system is corrupt and it allows wrong things to happen, then you can't pass that problem to others. The second point I want to make, which comes from being in the sector that I am in, I've become aware now that places like Durban are going to struggle to insure property. It's actually going to be totally impossible. Now, imagine what that means. And there are two ways in which the market is responding to it. The one is very blunt, where the reinsurers are saying we don't have capacity to put that risk on our books because we know it's too big, then we can afford it. A milder option, which doesn't work either, is that they price that risk such that it is beyond reach. When you are told that to insure your house, your premium must be sort of something you can't think of. It's happening. I'm not saying it's the future. So it's going to be tough. So if you dodge the one part, then the other one catches up with you. Thank you.
Good, Desikan, thank you for your the report. I think it was really interesting and quite stimulating. And the Commission agrees with all the recommendations that you have put forward. Yeah. Okay, we can then go on to Joanne. I see you sitting at the back. Joanne Bate is a commissioner, for those of you who don't know. She is the Chief Operating Officer of the IDC in her day job, but she also is the chair of the Finance and Governance Committee, which some of you would refer to as like the Audit Committee and stuff like that. So over to you. You have distributed, I see, a number of documents and stuff. It's in the pack.
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Joanne.
Thank you very much.
You were late, am I right?
I was, yes.
No,
My daughter received an award.
Maybe I didn't see you. I thought it was...
Sorry, family came first this morning. Yes, and apologies, Chair, for being late. So an update on the meeting, and the Executive Director's report was read, and he covered out some of the matters that were discussed at the meeting, specifically the update on the move to NEDLAC, which has mitigated some risk and provided a level of stability. And I think the big positive that's come out of that move is the increase in budget. So we do know in previous meetings you've raised the concerns around the size of funding from government as well as the flow of those funds. So there does seem clearer access to funding as well as approximately 10 million rand per year additional that is being put into the medium-term budget. So approximately 20 million rand a year, which we think is very positive because that reduces the reliance on third-party funding that needs to be raised. From So also moving into NEDLAC has given access to the policies and procedures within NEDLAC. So there is additional oversight from the NEDLAC team, which I think is also helpful in this interim period.
I should just say, I should have said it when Crispin mentioned those things, that well done. And that's really very good, because it takes out of this thing which we were worrying about, that people will say who's funding us and those sorts of things. And this is really well done on collecting that money. It's really very good.
Yeah, thanks. And and that additional oversight, I think, is NEDLAC has been joining the meetings, which are the finance and governance meetings, which I think is also extremely helpful. From I think additional items to raise, the budgets we do track and monitor, and we had feedback on the audits. So the audit of the department was reported back at the main meeting. We did have a subsequent meeting where we had feedback from ACF on their audit. There is a clean audit that was achieved, so that lends the credibility to the numbers that have been reported. From a fundraising perspective, the fundraising guidelines, I think those were circulated along with the NEDLAC policy. The NEDLAC policy, and maybe just for context, and I think it's also why I think there's, there were debates as to where this should optimally be housed in the short term. And I think NEDLAC is an optimal home because of the platform and the stakeholders and the experience that it has within that space. So from a PCC perspective, we know that our mandate, which isn't clearly articulated in the NEDLAC documents, but obviously our mandate overrides, not overrides, but it stands alone as a department within NEDLAC. Our mandate is very much to just an equitable transition to low and resilient economy. So it's bigger than just environmental. It really is ensuring that that environmental transition is done in a just and equitable way. And NEDLAC really has provided quite a lot of insight, and through their fundraising, in ensuring that what is done in a way that drives that collaboration and problem solving. So I think that it's a good match. And I think that it was important to mention that in the context of the NEDLAC policy. So the policy for fundraising does not specifically address some of the concerns raised by commissioners previously. There was a request in writing that the top 30 carbon emitters in the country be excluded as potential contributors. Whereas I think the consensus view is that no single party should dominate the funding to the entity. We need to ensure, I think I said this last time, that we are not only above reproach and ethical in our dealings, we need to be seen to be that too. And as much as the NEDLAC policy does not specifically address the concentration and potential influence, it's very clear and underpinned by transparency. And the fundraising guidelines are quite specific in we will not have a concentration of funding from any single party. An agreement is being concluded with NBI to coordinate local funding. From an ACF and an NBI perspective, it was very clear that those can't mask the root of the funds. We need to be very clear where the funds are coming from. We need to be very transparent in declaring where those funds have come from, and ensure that none of those funds that, and in the future, very few funds come from parties for specific programs. That was identified in the risk register, which I'll get to later. One of the risks was that funds were flowing for specific programs, as opposed to the Commission having funds to fund its book of work. So with the increased budget and the access to funds that are untied funds, it gives the Commission an opportunity to commit to those work programs that underpin the Commission's work. But where there is an interest group or a group that there is a concern that the group may have, or that they may be seen to be influenced, those funds could only be accepted should those funds be going into a blended pool where they are not directed to any specific program. So we do believe that
the spirit of both NEDLAC, where the PCC is housed, and the PCC is about finding that inclusive consensus position. And we don't think that we should be excluding parties. However, we need to act with absolute integrity and transparency in all that we do. We can implement more of a rules-based approach. The problem with rules is that something is always outside the rules. So what we need to ensure is that we apply ethics and transparency, because we believe within that we can hold ourselves above reproach and ensure that if there are any concerns, that we can ensure that those are adequately and appropriately addressed. So that's on the policy.
You want to stop there for a moment, Joanne,
sure.
because you spent a lot of time on that deliberately trying to convince us.
It's not convincing. It's
that
steering
you have
the
put a lot of thought into it, which you have. You have put a lot of thought into it. The problem we faced with is as follows. The way I see it is that, one, the commission is doing work on adaptation and mitigation and all of that. And a lot of the problem has been caused by people who we now are reluctant to take money from. Those are the people that caused the problem. They should be paying for this work now. So on the one hand, you can look at it from that point. On the other hand, you will spend endless time explaining to people that actually we're not really the mouthpiece of Sasol. You know, you'll just spend endless energy explaining that, because we won't be, even if we take money from them and from whoever else. So this is the dilemma we're in. And the solution that I think you've done a lot of good work, and I think that could lay the basis for an excellent policy. Doesn't go 100% towards solving the challenges that can come up. And the one way to do it would be to like just sort of avoid the people that we can get criticized. You don't have a policy against anybody, but we just avoid the people that we know are going to invite criticism. That's the other way to do it, but it's a bit too informal. And I've been giving thought to this matter, and I thought if we have a compulsory formula-based contribution. You remember there was this thing called a business trust at one stage. Now, the business trust had a formula in terms of which all corporates had to contribute to the business trust. It wasn't a legislative thing. In other words, if they didn't want to, they didn't have to. So you would say something like, you would say, depending on your turnover or depending on some or other metric, the size of depending on the size of the company, you've got to contribute this percentage. Then it becomes objective and it just becomes like becomes like a tax almost. And maybe it could become a bit easier, both for the company and for ourselves. And we could publish this as a policy for a period of time for people to comment, you know, whether we can do that. That may be an option, but I just don't want to spend endless amount of good quality time explaining to people that they are wrong when they say we shouldn't take money from Seriti, because I think they are wrong, but I will be spending endless amount of time explaining that. That's the only thing. Joanne, I see you jumping out of your seat. Tell me why I'm wrong.
I want to amplify the problem. I mean, I think the issue is that some commissioners believe you shouldn't take money from the private sector emitters. So then can you take money from the banks that invest in those companies? Can you take money from the logistics companies that transport their products? Can you take money from the suppliers to those companies? And those might all be non-emitting companies. And so I think you end up with a position that says the private sector can't engage or support the work. And I don't think that it is something that we as a commission, a route that we want to go down. I think that the ramifications of it go into the entire economy and to everybody in the economy that has any kind of relationship given the fact that we are an energy intensive economy and that we are working to make sure that these companies transform the way that they power themselves, the way that they do business, the way that they contribute to society. I mean, I think there is a whole set of issues. So I think it is a bigger thing. I don't think that your business trust solution solves the problem, because as I understand where the problem, it's about who contributes, not how much or on what basis. I think it's quite fine to say, if you know, I think that that is the nub of the issue that actually has to be dealt with. But I think that if we're going to do this, you've got to be able to do it in a way that really understands how the economy works and how it is functioning and facilitated, actually.
Yeah,
and I think it goes very far.
So Joanne, I agree with you fully on your logic. I agree with you. But it doesn't help us in this situation. I'll tell you why. There's a very prominent minister in the cabinet who is even a member of this commission, who once accused us of saying the things we do because we're being influenced by Europe. Very prominently. And so, of course, I mean, I don't know if you lot are going to be influenced by Europe. I can't see that happening, you know, but that perception can be there. If this commission is funded by Germany and France and the UK, you will have that, and you will spend endless time saying, actually not, actually we are revolutionaries and this and that and what. We'll spend our time, you know, we'll do all of that. But it's because we are a consensus, Joanne, we're a consensus building body, and we've got to go out there and build consensus. And so all these things count at the end of the day. How you do it becomes quite important as such. And so I'm trying to find a solution to this thing, because I really just don't think that our corporates should get away without contributing money for the work which we're doing. I really don't think so. But we must find a way which then becomes, if we say that they have an obligation to fund us. We've already said the government. Remember, I made a big noise at the last meeting. You said I must speak to the president and all that. You accused me of being friends with the president at that meeting, and those sorts of things. But I didn't do anything, but Crispian managed to get us money and all that. Well done. But so that was important. We need to get money from the government, because the government must put money into this thing. And we need to get money from all the participants of the commission. But, you know, really, I know the finances of the trade unions. I know the finances of NGOs and all those sorts of things. And I also happen to know the finances of the corporate sector. So we can say the corporate sector has to pay for this thing. And we have some kind of a formula. If we say it we take from whoever gives us. So I'm trying to search for a formula. We don't have to rush into it. Some kind of thing which then becomes more acceptable as such, you know, at this thing, you know, like what the government is doing with the rich countries is saying, you owe us because you caused the climate change, so give us the money, you know. So now people, the radicals all say, yeah, give us money, and all the radicals at the COP are arguing for money from the rich countries. They don't say the rich countries are going to control us with that money. So we need to find a way of doing it. I think it will be unfortunate if South Africans don't pay for their own thing here. I don't want us to rely on foreign money on this. I'm not saying we shouldn't take foreign money, but we've got enough money in this country to run it. That's the thing. Melissa?
Yeah, so it's not a surprise that I was the the person who made the written submission around this. And I don't know about the formula. That is a different proposition for me. But and you know, I think that there are broader issues here, and perhaps for those of us who are you know, in civil society, are more sensitive to these issues, and we would need that people asking these questions all the time, and we are the ones facing those criticisms all the time already of the commission, right? I mean, obviously, the adequate resourcing of the commission is critical. It's really important, and it's fantastic that government is putting in more money. That's really a relief. I've gone through this donor policy for the NEDLAC one. I don't think it's sufficient. It's certainly not customized for what we need. Previously, I actually thought that we had these principles that were agreed. I see they appear here, and I think so that's a very good start, I think, and that's about the transparency and disclosure, etc. So, I mean, essentially, I would definitely motivate that we should have a separate policy for accepting donations by the PCC. But then it comes to this additional issue, and I don't want to create the perception that that we're anti-corporate. I do think that obviously the corporations have a massive role to play in the transition and in climate response. And I'm not even proposing that we have a ban on corporate funding altogether. That might be something that some of my colleagues feel more strongly about, but I'm actually motivating for a ban on contributions by companies who make profit and have in the past and continue to do so every day by burning or extracting fossil fuels that are, of course, the problem that's the cause of this commission in the first place, as you've said, Deputy Chair. And this is about, so it's about real influence, but it's also about perceived influence, right? The whole point of the commission is that we're supposed to be a credible advisory body to government. How do we do that if we accept funding from the people who've caused the problems? Think about an analogy from the tobacco world, where we're going to be advising government on its smoking policy, but we're taking money or rely on research that's conducted or funded by the tobacco industry. I think you understand what I'm saying. So I've made a very specific proposal and
what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah. And I understand what you're saying too, Joe, and let's listen to a different voice.
Yeah, a different voice is, I think this needs to be, it's not something that we need to do in 2 minutes, trying to find a solution. I'm latching on to what you've just said. Let's apply our full brain set around this matter. We mustn't go to search for solutions in the extreme sides. Let's try to find something at the center which can give us what we want to get. So that will need time. It might not be today, and I'm asking that.
No, it won't be today.
We do that. We mustn't close this.
And there's no need to rush this thing. We'll get there. I'd like to suggest that we get some more commissioners to be doing some work on this matter. And Comrade Mbodi, you come from a very well-resourced organization. Some people say that NUMSA is the leading trade union in the country, the most resourced and intellectually also leading. And those, I'm sure you'll agree with those comments. You understand the sensitivity issues, and I don't think we must look at the individuals who are on the commission. Individuals come from certain types of backgrounds and community of organizations and sectors and those sorts of things. And so we want that expressed here, because if it's not expressed here, it will be expressed somewhere else. So can't you give some thought to this matter and talk to the people offline, try to find a way forward? And Crispian, I'm sure, will give you the management assistance, and because we won't get any further here. I think good work has been, Joanne, you've done good work on this thing. I think it helps us a lot. Yeah, I don't know if you will be prepared to do that.
Yeah, no, it's not a problem to do that. And
you can involve some of the people from NUMSA who maybe deal with these sorts of, because everywhere it comes up.
Definitely,
it's not a new thing. Who do you take money from and who do you not take money from? Let's just get some. Joanne?
Two things. When Melissa talks about who caused the problem, I think it's a problem that this commission has got so much money from the Europeans and the World Bank and this one and that one, who are the real people who caused the problem, number one. And secondly, I want to make the point that any consensus that we reach on this has got to be a consensus that also is a consensus that is acceptable to business as a participant in the commission. So we hear the arguments coming from the NGO side, but I think the business community in South Africa has got a serious stake in addressing climate change and is a member of the commission.
Joanne.
Thanks.
Just to correct you, Joanne, we don't, this comment of yours that we get a lot of money from the World Banks and all that, it's not true. Just not true at all. It's not true. And I think you may be cross, but don't say that. It's not true. We operate on a shoestring. We're very transparent about where we get money from, and we're not taking dollops of money from anybody. And you can, that's Joanne has been reporting regularly on that matter. Okay, so we'll leave this thing for now and we'll get some work done on it. Joanne Bate.
Thank you, Chair, Deputy Chair. Two more matters. The risk register has been updated. What we have done is incorporated the risk and mitigation, so we can then see what the residual risk is on the various items, so that we can focus our attention on the medium to high risk. And we are monitoring at each meeting the impact on the risk. So has the risk increased, has the risk reduced, and how do we ensure that we focus the attention on the high risk matters? This was obviously one of the key risks, being the credibility of the PCC and how it is viewed and perceived. And obviously the source of funding has a direct risk on both ensuring that the risk of adequate access to resources and adequate access to personnel are both mitigated. So there's a number of interrelated risks within the register, but we do monitor and manage those on a quarterly basis with the executive director and the team. And then finally, the declaration of interest for commissioners was attached to the pack as well. This is just really to, I mean, all of us come from constituencies and we're here representing our constituencies with perspective directly as a result of our work and our experience, and that's why we're around the table. But this is very much to identify where there are specific conflicts of interest in engagements that need to be declared so that we are aware of any of those potential conflicts of interest. So it is a governance best practice. And what we've said with the PCC all along is that we really do need to be on the front foot constantly in the context of both environmental, social reporting, as well as appropriate governance. Thanks, Chair.
Just stop on that thing. So this has not been, this declaration of interest has not been submitted by anybody. This is a proposal.
This is a proposal, that's correct.
So what would happen with this? Would this be then public knowledge? If somebody asks for your declaration of interest, should Crispian give it to them?
So what normally happens at a board level is that it's managed by the secretariat. So the details would be known to the secretariat, who then, together with the chair, would make the ruling on whether the person needed to be excluded.
Good. So we will go with common practice, and it will be deposited with the company, with the commission secretary, Nontlatla Jones, and then it will be available for any commissioner to view. All commissioners will be able to view the declarations of interest.
Is that standard practice?
That is standard practice.
Then yes,
that is standard practice, because I would want to see when Louise keeps on harping on something, whether she has a business interest in it. So I will look at her thing and say, oh, well, now I see where she's coming from. So I think it's good governance that everybody looks at it, but it's not, we don't make it public knowledge because, you know, people don't want the public to know about everything they own, and I own a house in Mshlanga or whatever, you know, those sorts of things. There would also have to be this is very vague. So I would suggest that Joanne, you or one of your committee members, or maybe Nontlatla, somebody should give guidance to commissioners about what to declare or not. So for example, you have shareholdings and other business interests, you know, now everybody's got a pension fund, the pension funds have got shareholdings, you know, for example, those sorts of things. You're not talking about that. You know, you're talking about certain types of things. So maybe you can advise us, because, you know, I'd like to talk to somebody to say, am I declaring everything you want, and write it up there.
Yes, and Gideon has just reminded me to reinforce the fact that it is a conflict of interest in the meeting. So should we be presenting something on a day where there's a direct conflict of interest by a member, that would need to be declared a decision?
No,
to
but
be
this is
made?
no, it's different
Sorry.
from that. There is
Mhm.
conflict of interest on a matter that's on the agenda today. That's a different matter. So, you know, somebody must say, listen, we're going to discuss this water thing and all that. I own a company that does consultancy with Tekweni, and we do all their water work and all those things. So I'm going to get part of that work. So that's you declare. That's the this we want to know. What are your financial interests as a commissioner? And that's what you've got to say which companies you belong to, which boards you serve on, which businesses you own. That is standard in the corporate sector has established that, and we just got to copy and paste from what is done there. And it's more or less this. And it's not left to the individual's discretion to decide, well, I own, 25% of Pick and Pay, but they're not involved in climate change. So I don't have to say this. You have to say it. Yeah, it just, I don't want us to be less good governance than the private sector. So we just got to do that kind of thing. I don't know if it's, so let's adopt this thing and let's all fill it in, and then somebody will give us the guidance how to do it. You'll tell us, Christian, who we can contact when you circulate this to everybody. And also give us a date. Give us a date. We don't have to discuss it here, by which time it must be and how we can submit it. It must be kept confidential. That's important, but open to viewing by all commissioners and your senior staff members. Okay. Yeah.
And I think just on that, so we would request, if it is adopted today, that we conclude that by year end. So when we issue our financial statements at the end of March.
You mean in February?
Financial year
okay.
end. So by the end of March, so that we have it. Yes, I'm not giving you homework for December, but if we can have it concluded, so when our financial statements at the end of March are released, we have that governance in place. Thanks.
And in your annual report, you will mention that we do this.
Then we can talk to the full range of governance we have in place. Yes. Correct. That's all. Thank you very much.
Just one question. Does this apply to members of the Secretariat or only to commissioners?
To commissioners, if I may. So, And I think it's worth emphasizing that with the move to, I didn't see the contracts, the original contracts, but with the move to NEDLAC, there's a code of ethics that's attached to the employment contract. So it is limited to the commissioners and the executive director. Thanks.
Should I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm just going to give a brief highlight of the Adaptation and Resilience Working Group. If I'm not mistaken, the last meeting was in August. So in that meeting, we had participation of commissioners, representatives from national government, provincial entities. And at that meeting, we also welcomed representatives of the South African Local Government Association, SALGA, the Adaptation Network of South Africa, the International Oceans Association, and South African Human Rights Commission, basically to beef up and also give a different perspective, but particularly that of civil society organizations and people who have particular interest on the issue of adaptation and resilience, and are working on that and on an everyday basis. We received also an update analysis, and we discussed the recommendations for the PCC. That's what Mr. Naidu had presented earlier on. And as a working group in our discussions, we also had made some considerations and also endorsed a number of issues The first one was the work plan that we had set up for ourselves as the working group that was adopted. And we also considered and endorsed the locally led adaptation principles as developed by the World Resources Institute. And this was launched at COP27. And members of the working group were also part of that launch. And we also had considered and saying that we are endorsing that the Commission's adaptation contribution to the International Climate Council's network. So part of our work would be also depositing into that International Council. And that's where I would like to end rather than take up other long stories.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'll be doing the report in terms of the Net Zero Working Group. In terms of the PCC recommendations for the work of the working group, Steve Nichols has already done that presentation. We met in September, but we've also had a extended working group session 2 weeks ago that most of the commissioners would have attended. And that extended working group was to cover power planning, the technological mix, and governance needed to deliver just transition within our NDC commitments. And we presented those in the extended working group. Commissioners have had an opportunity to input in those processes. In terms of the work plan of the working group, there's been a lot of progress. In fact, there's been an appointment of the program lead for employment strategies. I believe he's here, Devin Pillay. They've finally signed contracts with PAC, the Danish government, GAPP and CATA in terms of the work that the working group is embarking on. There's been deep consideration in terms of Minister Patel's vision for transport and vehicle manufacturing. There has been post-commissioner meeting engagements with the City of Johannesburg on power planning, continued consultation with stakeholder groups, particularly on the idea of the JP, as well as the finalization of the dialogue series that the commissioners will have been a part of in terms of energy planning, as well as a bonus event on Komati repurposing, as well as bringing Pretoria University into the modeling community of practice. There's also, I believe we're meant to have a JP learning session, as well as bringing international studies into the community of practice. In terms of maybe progress done to date, in terms of energy transition planning, the program was extended and funded. First set of events has successfully been concluded, as I've made mention of. In terms of the net zero pathways, contracts have been signed and work is underway. In terms of the employment strategy, the program has been funded. We have a head of program, and the first work package has been proposed and is currently being adjudicated. And in terms of decision support, program has been funded and the work is due to start. So that is in terms of the work of the net zero working group that has been done to date. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So I'm reporting on the monitoring and evaluation working group. We met at the end of October. We had a very interesting meeting with the South African, as I'm getting older, I don't know if I should keep my glasses on and I can't see. The monitoring, the South African Association for Monitoring and Evaluation, who kindly have offered their support to our working group, which is fantastic. It's some really amazing experts there. And so some of the discussion was about how they can assist us. They shared a presentation with us about the work that they'd already done on just transition. Also, a big topic for us is the issue of involving communities in the development of the just transition monitoring evaluation system. And then there are other sort of bits and pieces, work plan, fundraising, etc., for a specific service provider, and some work that happened at COP27. So the key points, it's just to welcome the participation, both from that South African Monitoring Evaluation Association. The Life of the Call campaign has also offered some support on the kind of design and engagement with communities, and gave a presentation there as well. We had sorry, just fast forwarding. We're stressing the importance of credibility and transparency of the monitoring evaluation working group in relation to the funder for this particular service provider that we want to engage. We had to do a bit of pushback. Thanks, Katie, for for taking care of that, to make sure that this remains a PCC project and is not overly influenced by the International Climate Accountability Initiative. Did I get it right? Initiative for Climate Accountability and Transparency. Climate Action, there we go. We talked about the first year work plan, which is going to include developing indicators to monitor and evaluate the just transition in South Africa, tracking just transition action and related mitigation and adaptation policies, writing the flagship State of Climate Action Report. I think that's going to be quite a big one. And then preparing the PCC's second annual report, which I think probably will have to be quite soon after this year. And then there's also a framing document to guide the development of the M&E work that really looks at who is it for, how will it be approved, what is the process, what is the role of communities. Very important principle from the beginning, not to duplicate with what departments are doing, but to build on what they're doing. I mean, you can hear also the cross-cutting nature of this work in relation to finance, adaptation, net zero pathways. So it's just a reminder that the chairs of the working group still have to meet. I'm hoping we can do that in January when we meet for the strategic planning of the Secretariat. Thanks.
Chair, if I may, it's Deepak.
Yes, Deepak.
Just for completeness, I wanted to convey Commissioner Harrington's apologies. We have submitted a written chairperson's report. And if you'll allow me a minute, just for completeness. So the Climate Finance and Innovation Working Group has held 4 meetings this year. In one of the early meetings, the issue of modalities arose because we have an extended participation in the working group. And that extended participation is essentially core commissioners, as well as members of the Secretariat, including myself. And on a participation basis, members of institutions that would be important to our work. And that includes the Banking Association South Africa, ASISA, which is the Asset Managers Association, and various departments who have all attended all of the working group meetings. Some of those officials had the issue of what kind of mandate they had, on the back of which in our working group, we formulated a draft modalities document, which we've also submitted together with the report. And our recommendation would be that if such issues do arise in other working groups, we need to be cognizant of the fact that in particular members of these associations, as well as officials from government departments, can reserve their rights on particular issues, and that really the working group is a processing mechanism, and eventually far-reaching decisions would be taken by the Commission as a whole on which government is represented. In terms of the work plan, we've had a number of meetings which have established a core set of projects and research reports, which are now, thankfully, all of them resourced and funded. And they cover topics such as a broader transition finance strategy, which deals with issues with respect to how do we mobilize and scale up the finance that is required in the gap that exists, for example, in the JET IP between the 8.5 billion and the 1.5 trillion that is required to 2030. We also talked a lot about the just transition financing mechanism, which we've now elaborated into a detailed project so that the just transition elements, which can't be financed through normal assessment and market mechanisms, are not left behind. Then Crispian has talked about the climate finance landscape report, which will set the stage together with monitoring and evaluation to publish on a biannual basis a state of climate finance report, which in all its elements, adaptation, resilience, infrastructure, mitigation, public, private, domestic, international, what would be the makeup of flows and where they are going to, so that as a commission, we're able to comment on whether we're succeeding in mobilizing and scaling up climate finance or not. The two last things I want to talk about are related to mitigation pathways costing. And there we've entered into a partnership with the DBSA, the National Planning Commission, and National Treasury as it deals with a project that they run, SATIED, looking at the water and energy nexus. And we've integrated our energy mitigation pathways work into that as a joint project, which has now gone out under the auspices of the DBSA as a joint call for proposals from potential service providers. Yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Deepak. That brings us to the minutes of the previous meeting. I put it to you for adoption. The only thing that this minutes doesn't have is the list of attendees. If they could be included in the minutes, please, because that makes it, because we have commissioners and other people present in the meeting, and we should just list that. Thank you for that. And then as far as the meeting dates are concerned, we will give you feedback as soon as possible on Klantla so that you can finalize the meetings for next year. That brings us to the close of the meeting. Thank you very much, and see you. Oh, I won't see you again. So have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you very much.
You want to see us before Christmas?
No, I won't see you. I don't want to see you. Okay.
I thought you were saying you want to see us.
No.